Pick up. And then... What the... Really? My monitor basically just flickered off for a second. I'm like, that kind of defeats the purpose. Stay on, please. Thank you all. There.
That's a bit of an issue, yeah.
Oh, I know what it's doing. It's doing a thing it's not supposed to do. There we go. Copy and pasta the alt text in blue sky.
Scratch.
And bang. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinium. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we're doing another episode of Swords of the Serpentine, The Sinking City, and Sly Traders. And we will not delve deeply into the rumors from Inn and Tavern Hall, for we will rapidly follow in the heels of Amalia Giovanni as she will be meeting with Giovanni Sanguis after a rather tense encounter out in the oceans around Eversink. Oceans, singular. It's Eversink. And Squinting Sal is out at sea, captured by strange figures. The mystery of disappearing bodies weighing on Amelia's mind. And last, it looks like, just to remind myself and you, it looks like you had briefly met up with Anders Wagner outside the Colosseum in the Tangle. But where shall you meet with Giovanni to look for your backup?
Well, first I think I was planning to meet with Anders at Sal's place, right? But I guess I could track down Giovanni first. Because I know where Giovanni lives, right?
No, I think you were going to meet him there, yes. Or you're at least going to rest there and send a message off to him. I'll double check my notes real quick, because I was looking at the wrong part.
Hello, small cat.
Meet with... So, Giovanni, you had, actually, we'll check in with you as a sort of flashback moment of what you were up to. Actually, you have to choose what kind of lifestyle you were living at. I assume you were maintaining comfortable.
Yes. So how much wealth is that?
It is all your wealth. Give it. No, it's 3, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I had 5 and I'm down to 2, so I already spent that. Okay.
So what did you do for your time from the last mystery till now when you get the urgent letter from your friends to meet up at Sal's terrible little apartment?
assiduously avoided the Inquisition as I made my way back to Iron Cross in the university area, where have spent some time crawling through the less visited stacks of various libraries, although probably not the Sorority of the Books library, and just kind of laying low, studying, reading, learning more demonological sigils, the normal. Drinking, smoking.
Things easily found in Iron Cross.
Right. So yeah, but nothing in particular or special. Yeah.
So you would find Amalia Giovanni in the cramped and almost sparse quarters that belong to Sal in the Tangle, a tucked away little apartment full of various people, working class and not so working class, sadly, who are doing their best with the cards at their hand. And there she is waiting. I don't think you're terribly hurt, are you, Amelia? You didn't get battered all that much during that encounter.
I need to check. One moment.
Because I think you scampered before it escalated beyond your control.
I'm at 5 of 10 health and 3 of 8 morale, so I'm moderately hurt, but not like...
You're still pretty healthy. You're just a bit gassed.
Yeah.
You probably find Amelia drying out some of her clothes.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And I think I need to make a roll for the swamp rot, but I love.
Yes.
Last adventure.
That's right. You had that disease to resolve. See if it gets any better or any worse. You find the number you need. Disease. We already rolled for
Sal.
Sal already did his bad thing. It didn't get worse, thankfully, but still needs. Because I don't think you snap out of it. You just don't get worse.
Yeah,
resisted with
unless
health. Difficulty 6 health test.
Okay. I am going to spend up 1 point of Leechcraft, which will give me a +3 on my health test to resist. Okay, let me read that. Page 27 on the Leechcraft.
No, I agree with you. I believe that's correct.
Yeah, but test to resist the affliction and will often give them an immediate test to lessen their symptoms. So that second part's kind of what I'm reading up on. +6 begins to recover. Okay. Yeah, so I think if I make this, I just start to recover.
Depends on the disease. Some get better with time, some just don't get any worse. It depends on the disease.
Let's look at swamp rot. So I want to get rid of it if I can.
I'm treating it basically as two separate things, because swamp rot in particular, if you survive stage 5, it goes away on its own. So normally swamp rot is something that very slowly messes with you, and then it peters off. But to get rid of it, you actually have to go out of your way to actually get rid of it, I would say. Whereas other ones, they just kind of go away, like the flu and stuff. Like there's a flu that you can get, stuff like that, where it's like, yeah, that just goes away if you happen to snap out of it. As opposed to Scarball, which it's like, no, that's just bad. That's a magical disease that will try to kill you, and you need to get rid of it as fast as possible.
1 stage premature. So I can't really cure it. I can just so it doesn't get worse or something?
You were doing a test at this point to see if it got worse between adventures. 'Cause you only check per adventure, like in the gap. But when you start this adventure, you could spend time to take care of it. Sal would have, except he doesn't have the capacity to solve the problem on his own. And he just wanted to get into it. Plus, he was it's stage 1. He wasn't at a point where it was hurting him much, but it's one of those you kind of want to get that solved.
Okay, so let's see if we can't get this solved. So that's given me
Actually, what I'd say, I take this back. What I'd say, even if you don't do anything, because he succeeded, it probably will get one stage less bad, and it goes from stage 1 to stage 0, and it'll go away. So actually, I'm actually wrong. He would, because it even says in Swamp Rat, it moves. So by the end of this adventure, his feet, for the duration of this adventure, Sal's feet will smell like low tide on a hot day.
Okay.
But you can treat it to try to pull something down, for example.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to spend a point of Leechcraft, which will give me +3 on the health roll.
Because if you get this health roll, you don't have to do another roll to try to get rid of it. You just know you'll recover from it on your own.
Okay, cool.
Because the health roll is just your body fighting it. It's just resisting it on its own.
Right.
Just resisting on its own.
So still a little confused on how to treat diseases, but we'll get there later. So with the +3, it gives me a minimum of 4 on a difficulty 6 roll. If I'm remembering health rolls, I can actually
spend health to increase your number.
Yeah. Okay. But also, and since I've been kind of hanging out for a while, can I say I've been soaking my feet in swamp mud at least once a day? Because that gives me a +2 on the next test. You?
Just wondering where that idea came from.
Swamp Rot, page.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
86. Yeah.
You could exactly do that. Yep. That would not be beyond someone's comfortable means. Heck, I think even the Squalid could pull that off. Honestly, just go down, get some mud.
So that's going to give me a total of +5. So I should make this even if I roll a 1.
Yeah, this is critical checking really at this point.
Yeah.
Because that's the big thing. If you critically hit it, I'd probably make it drop 1 right away.
5, 6.
That's what I would do.
+5. Submit.
Oh, good thing you spent all that.
That's right.
Good.
Hit it
golly. Though. Good golly, that was close. But your feet will smell, but they're starting to, you're not losing feeling. Starting to dry out. It still smells funny, but you'll probably be okay by next adventure.
Okay, cool. That is good. Well spent. Yeah, I know the way I'm rolling in this game. So and then I will clean off and thoroughly dry my feet, put on clean socks, and head to meet Amalia at Sal's dive.
And there the two of you meet in the tangle. What, pray tell, does Amalia impart? Okay.
Did I? Sounded like Ensley was going to ask me a question, and then...
in your letter to me, did you tell me what was up, or just, come quick, meet me here kind of thing?
I would have been vague, because I don't want to be too detailed in case there's, the letter gets intercepted or something.
Yeah, fair enough. So Giovanni comes in, turning down his...
I would have a note that it's an emergency.
Yeah. So Giovanni comes in, takes off the kind of broad-brimmed slouch hat that he's been using to kind of hide his facial features as he makes his way across town. Amalia, I came as soon as I got your note. What's happening? Where's Sal?
Sal, unless they moved him or killed him is trapped on a boat operated by the Sisterhood. Or the sorority, rather.
What?
Yeah, we've been investigating assassinations in the area and tracked them to a boat offshore. And I barely made it out, and unfortunately Sal was forced to either surrender or was incapacitated. I couldn't see exactly what had happened, but I had to flee.
Who have these assassins been killing?
Lots of folks, generally people who have been attacked in the night, and it seems like they're attacked after being tricked to show up in a place alone, and seems that they're happening in every district, even the wealthy areas. So it's not just Foreign District, although Foreign District was where I was able to get information.
Any similarities in the victims?
I don't believe there was a common thread between them, but beyond that, they were attacked at night, if memory serves. Like, there didn't seem to be any common thread that we had been able to tell.
So what's the sisterhoods, what's the sorority's game here?
Like, I wouldn't be opposed. I assume that there's something that we have not, like, we've missed so far on it.
Happening in every district. It
Yes.
almost sounds like some sort of fear campaign, but to what end? So where was this boat anchored that Sal's was captured on?
Off the coast, to the east, I believe.
Is that where these
We left from the Foreign District and it went further that way, yeah.
where these X'd out guys are?
Yep.
Okay. No, look, there's a handy ship there.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're...
If there's been anything in the district that you're from.
I don't really have scurrilous rumors or anything. Unless forgotten lore would...
Reflecting upon forgotten lore, what are you hoping to reveal or learn more about? So that is a not a terrible avenue of knowledge to plumb.
I don't know the exact direction. My first thought is, if the sorority is, backing this, but there's no real connection to the victims, apparently. Unless either, like, is there a connection to the victims, or why would the sorority be backing this kind of, unconnected, violence in all the different regions of the city? I think, Giovanni would be more interested in the sorority's Why would they be into this?
You think about it, and in theory, from a forgotten lore point of view, such sacrifices into the waters and canals of Eversink could be construed as a way to conduct some sort of ritual or corruption in a subtle way. But given that you haven't heard much about open corruption anywhere, like because if there's like hugely corrupted buildings or something, they get
Right.
cordoned up by the Inquisition and stuff. You haven't heard that, so it's possible one or two things are happening. One, they're just setting up the groundwork to do something. Like, they haven't done anything, but they're planning to with the bodies. Or they've already done something with the bodies, and then once they were done with them, they cast off the body away from the corrupted area. But whether or not that's the exact thing, you need to find a body to investigate it yourself. But that would, though, from a forgotten lore point of view, that's kind of where that comes. That's what tickles your brain.
Okay. Okay. Either getting ready to do something with the bodies or using the bodies and then discarding them. Okay. All right. So first order of business has to be rescuing Sal. What's the situation as far as guards on the boat, patrols, all that kind of stuff?
There was over a dozen on the boat, and at least 2 or 3 sorcerers. Which is why I fled when I did, because one sorcerer nearly killed me, so...
Oh, I didn't say that to you. I said that to Sal, right? I was wondering why you weren't mentioning it. There's no reason for you to mention it.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly, my character doesn't know that.
Okay. Well, the sorcerers definitely are a problem.
Yes.
So I don't know how good of a look or layout of things you had to lay out. Did it look like the sorcerers were permanently stationed on the ship? Like, were they living there, or?
I do not know. I know Sal had more of a chance to scout the area than I did. I can also say that they want you and Sal's associate dead because they asked me to assassinate you and Sal's friend.
Who's Sal's friend?
That would be me,
I,
says a man at the doorway.
Ah!
Blade in hand.
him.
Let me get back. In the doorway, you see an all-right doing street merchant with a bit of a lightly padded upper gamison and some leather pants, sturdy boots, bandana across his forehead, holding his hair back, and kind of glances around the room. Nods at you, Amelia. Friend of yours, or?
Yes.
Oh.
Apparently on the same kill sheet you are.
Yeah. He tucks his dagger into his belt. Sal's been digging at something a little worrying, I think. And you're about to do the same, though. It seems to be of mutual advantage that we do so. Unless you plan to leave the city, which I'm starting to consider if they get a little too much swing on me.
What's their interest in you? I mean, no offense, you look like you're doing okay, but it's not like you're some
Their
grand
interest
noble or...
in him is that he gave Sal information. Interest in us and Sal is that we poked our nose into the sorority's business before.
I'll give you
Fair
a
enough.
preparedness roll here to help you out. Amelia.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. How hard of a roll does it seem? Like a normal one, or?
Pretty straightforward. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah. I will spend 1 point on this because I want to succeed. Submit.
You recall that the red-robed figures had shouted to you as you were retreating that they're willing to give back your thief if you were willing to severely injure Anders Wagner. And,
Yeah, I do remember that.
And then you had touched base with him the night before, and he said he would meet you here.
Yeah,
and
I do remember that.
Timeline-wise, you had until tomorrow's day. So
Yeah.
So not you basically have the end of today before the sorcerers will likely do something to Sal or you.
Yeah.
We just cripple this guy and we're good.
Anders, for his part, says that, well, the connection really, I think, has to do with the sort of people they're targeting. See, I don't find or have not heard that people have been set aside randomly or by chance or luck.
I was wondering about that. So what's their connection?
They are those who stood for the common folk, those who have challenged the Mercanti in recent days, which has amounted to Sal, and it seems yourselves, and by connection, me as well. Because people at our level of life, as well to do as you say I do, and I would not be pulled into their ploy so easily, for I am not in need of wealth all that often. I am perfectly capable of finding my own work. But if they reach out to the Hidden Flame, they are not spending a paltry sum to seek out those in need, those who seek work, Slinks and others, mercenaries alike. Swallow them up and spit them back into the water.
What's this Hidden Flame?
They are a guild of assassins.
Ah,
Operated by the Flaming Company. We did discover that.
Technically,
All
they
right.
are. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to sell that to a watchman, but
I shrug. I'm not a watchman.
I noticed. I'm Anders Wagner, and you are Mysterious Man?
Sangue. Giovanni Sangue.
A Sangue. You're in a weird part of Eversink if you're this far away from your home area. Your family still lives in Alderhall, don't they?
Do they?
You tell me, Sangue, do they? You live in Ironcross, but do you have family in Alderhall?
Ah, right. Gotcha. Once upon a time, the family lived in Alderhall, but the few generations leading up to me, I'm afraid the family fell on harder times. I might have some cousins multiply removed, or probably I'm the one who's been multiply removed, but my parents are long gone.
I didn't think you were a noble.
The name's the giveaway. One of the old names of Eversink.
Well, there's nobles, and then there's nobles.
Nods.
Fair enough.
I'll highlight to you that his name, Wagner, is not an Eversink name. It is not a coinish name. It is a name from across
yeah.
It is a Caprian name. Though he's dressed in a way that looks a lot Eversink friendly. Like he's definitely someone who's adapted to his new surroundings.
Yeah.
Okay. So, some of these people who have been taken and presumably killed, what kind of things have they been doing to stand up for the good of the commoners and against the mercanti?
Well, think about what Sal did against the ironmongers. The ironmongers are making good money. Lots of people were employed there. We're able to pull in the... Oh, what are they called? The Golden Raiders in as protection. That is a lot of coin moving around that suddenly stopped moving around because of his interference. Some mercanti would take that level of loss of opportunity rather personally. Some would petition the watch. Some would take their efforts to burgle and heist from them. I stay out of their way. I don't make enemies of the powerful, or at least I try not to. But Sal seems to have poked into a nest that's gotten him stung rather badly. And got that one creeping up on me in the dead of night. Saying my life's in danger, so doing a bit of quick accounting, I was able to figure out what exactly had happened. Well, more or less, anyway.
So the mercanti, or at least some of the mercanti anyway, are taking out obstacles or more than minor annoyances. What was...
Well, think about it. Lately, there's been whispers where people can make a small fortune rounding up those who curb the plans of the powerful and toss them into canals. Like, that was being talked about even before Sal came to my door. I didn't look into it. I don't do that kind of work. But if you're looking for money, a lot of money, mercanti are, if nothing else, well-paying patrons.
No. But if the sorority is involved, they're not so much... I mean, everyone likes money, but they're not so much money-oriented as power and knowledge. But they're definitely in bed with some others. GM, can we see the people of note page?
Certainly. I have to pop over there myself. Oh, I actually have to pull him over because he's now a person of interest. There's a couple of person of interest. Briganti Yokotse. And, of course, Anders Wagner.
Whatever possible. Okay, so can you maybe add some names to the faces that we know over here, like Paoletta?
Oh, you're not seeing their names? Whoops.
Nope.
Yeah, you should be able to see all their names because these are names you would know.
Okay.
Just for living, and they're names you see in the news a lot, as it were, hear about in rumors and stuff. Like, these are not secret people.
Right. Okay, so Golden Raiders have lost a little bit of coin because their contracts with the Ironmongers Guild are falling through. Francisco's another name has come up, the Ivorish guy. But all of them were involved. All three of them were involved in this. The Ironmongers Guild's operations. So. Okay. First Golden Raiders.
The Golden Raiders, to reiterate as well, is that the Golden Raiders did get their pay. They just the tap was pulled closed. Like, they weren't completely left with holding the bag, but you know, they
right. But those jobs are no longer there.
Yeah.
So, which wasn't it's certainly not the only places they're employed, but they were probably getting. It was probably fairly lucrative contracts or fairly easy duty.
Yeah, compared to the normal work, very easy.
Right. I mean, let's take on guard duties at the Ironmongers Guild instead of living on 3 days of iron rations and whatever we can loot in some godforsaken foreign war. Easy duty. Okay. So we need to figure out a way to rescue Sal, and hopefully in so doing throw a major wrench into the plans of the assassins and the sorority.
Could you not reach out to whoever it was that employed you Slinks into this mess? I assume you're not doing this out of the goodness of your hearts, after all. This is Eversink.
I look at Amalia, because I don't know who employed, whose contract this is.
This is my, what's her name? My associate from Alderhall in the guards there.
Zola Oregano? Or Zoya Ongaro.
Yeah.
I like Zola Oregano better, yeah.
But yeah, you may or may not want to. I'm not sure how much she knows your face already. I don't know if you want to.
I mean, I don't have any pluses or minuses with the watch. They're not the people who are, you know.
All right.
Yeah, I'm the Inquisition. That's
So-
people I gotta, yeah. I mean, I'm sure the watch wouldn't like me if they knew what I was up to, but I don't think I'm on their radar in any major way. Okay.
Well, I assume that if you're working with the watch, you aren't working for those who are after me. So
Correct.
I am going to get the first boat out of here and head back to Capria for a while.
That's probably wise for you. You don't have a full stake in this fight, so you don't need to stay where your life is in danger.
Giovanni, you censor something else to what Anders is saying through Liar's Tell. He's a little... Something's clicked in his head, and he's made a choice.
Okay. Can I spend that point of Liar's Tale to figure out what it is, or
You could delve into it a bit, yeah.
find Liar's Tale?
You're going to zero out your Liar's Tell.
Let me read over it really quickly.
Yeah, there are some presupposed things it suggests, but...
Yeah. Do I want to zero out Liar's Tale on this? Perhaps not. I'll tell you what. Instead of zeroing out Liar's Tale, I'm going to spend a point of Haunt. Ah, yeah, the classic Mercanti move. When others are up against the wall for helping out the common man and trying to keep life bearable in the city, just pick up your money bags and run. Sure, that seems to be the usual solution. That'll help things. Trying to taunt him into telling me why he's to justify why the hell he suddenly has decided to bolt.
I will make you spend this because this is a bit. This is your skill in taunting him.
Okay.
He'll look into you. He'll look to you and say, "Like I said, Sanguis, Mercantis pay rather well. And I am going to make sure that though we don't cross steel tonight or today, I'm not walking away empty-handed for Sal's mistakes." Consider a professional courtesy I'm even telling you at all.
So is he saying he's going to turn us in for the payoff and bolt?
It's up to you to determine that.
Okay. What would that roll be?
You tell me what skill would make that reveal that information to you. How are you getting that clue? Perhaps by spending taunt, he may go on and on a bit. He may go at length as you continue to insult him, or he just got that mad and he decides to just tell you because screw you anyway, sort of thing. Because if you're rolling sway, that's you actively trying to get him to tell you stuff.
Right. Okay.
Whereas you're trying to see if
But
you
that-
can needle him or ferret out what he means by what he's saying. But you can, as Gumshoe encourages, you can make your own determinations without skill. But skill forces me to give you a little more concrete answer than what he suggested.
Right. However, I can replace sway more easily because of the refresh tokens rather than a big spin. So yeah, let me try to sway this man.
I will say you're falling into a morale combat of sorts. You're not fighting each other right now, but you're trying to press him, and he's trying to press you to leave him the hell. Like, he's done. He's walking away.
Right. But there's more to it than that.
No. Seems too extreme for what we're doing. Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
that exciting.
I could intimidate him into doing it, but that would just make him madder and even more likely to stab us in the back.
So you start staring each other down. You start demanding him to just explain himself.
Yeah.
Stop talking around it. Say what he means. So what this means is that you are trying to hit. You are doing a sway attack. You're trying to hit his morale threshold, and he's going to try to do the same thing to you to get you to back off. Because of combat size, that also means that in a sway combat, although Amelia has no sway, combat quote-unquote attacks can still happen. She just gets a penalty on damage. You can't spend dice through sway because she doesn't have any, but I will say you're the first to move because you are the one he was about to say his parting word and go away, but you're pressing him. You taunted him, and now you're pressing him, and now you're trying to see if you can get him to tell you what's going on here.
So in these kind of contests, am I trying to get him to 0? What's my...
You are trying to get him to 0 for him to just give up. Like, he may just decide not to let his morale get too low. But if he gets below 0 and he fails a roll, he's not able to continue resisting you anymore. He's broken to a certain degree.
Okay. I'll tell you what.
But the danger is he could 0 you out, make you give up on pressing him, which will haunt you for a while because you feel like you can't push on.
Right. For some reason, I'm thinking this is fairly important information.
Yeah.
So I'm tempted to go all in.
Remember, you need to do multiple attacks on this guy over the course of a combat.
Oh, I can't just spend all 8 and
It's because you do damage like anything else. You do d6 plus 1 plus however many points you spend.
And I will note that I'm at -1 to everything because previously I got panicked in the previous session.
Okay, I see. I
might want to stay ahead of this just because I have that penalty.
Okay. So there's no real to hit. I'm just rolling damage or something?
No, you are rolling to hit. It's like combat.
Okay.
You are trying to hit a morale. If you look on your sheet.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 types of sways. So there's a sway where you just do a flat, I'm trying to hit a target number that you don't know. Now instead you're trying to hit his morale threshold, at least, which also you don't know. You could presume it's somewhere, it's 3 or 4 somewhere, unless he has some sort of sorceress protection that's bolstering his morale. Once you beat that number, you roll d6 plus the number of points you spent into the roll plus something else. I might put it in the thing. Hopefully I did. Nope, wrong thing. That's the morale quick reference table. That's not the combat table. But you're trying to damage his morale track so he drops down low enough that he basically because once you get to even a little bit down, it is to your advantage to stop generally, because if you get all the way into badly wounded morale wise, you can have some severe problems that haunt you for a long time. Being hurt morale wise is still bad.
Yeah, that's why I've got the -1 to everything, is because I ended up being badly wounded in a morale combat in the previous session.
No, fair enough.
Let
All
me
right,
get.
so yeah, I think I will spend 2 points of sway for the first roll here.
Okay.
Don't think I want to spend any for the +3 to the rolls yet. 2. Here's 8. That should.
8 is enough. I can't imagine it being that high. So you targeted someone. You describe. So how? In what way are you swaying him? What are you saying to him to get him to give it up? In general.
Right. I don't care if you leave, if you want to get out of here. What I'm concerned about is what made your decision so suddenly, and exactly how you're getting out with all of this mercanti money you're talking about. Because.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this gets you. It is the normal damage is a D6 +1 for sway attack.
Okay.
And how many points did you spend on top of your roll?
I spent 2, so
Plus
that gets added in
yes.
+2. Okay.
Yeah. So you're doing a D6 +3 total of damage.
Okay. There's damage plus 1 die. Submit.
Okay. And now I have to pull up his sheet again.
3 damage. 7 damage. That's pretty good.
Ow! I have to check the sheet. That sucks. That's a significant amount of damage. Okay, I'm doing the slow way. There's a faster way to do this.
Sorry, first real kind of combat.
That's who I was looking for. Okay, so... Oh, sorry, I apologize. What did you get again for your roll to hit him? It was 8?
8, so yeah, 6 + 2.
Oh, crap. You actually got...
Actually, it should be 9, I guess, because I didn't put in the +1. Or no, for the sway roll, you don't. I'm thinking damage. Yeah, for the sway, it was 8. I rolled 6 + 2.
Okay, so the reason that matters, I was double checking his threshold, is that is 5 more than you needed, so you actually critically hit him. So I have to look
do for me.
that up. So critical hit, shoe out of my face fly. This deals an extra 1d6 of damage for every 5 points beyond your target. So you get an extra d6 of damage on top of what you just did.
Okay, I'll just roll another one where you can add it. Number of dice, 1, modifier 0. Yeah, 12 total.
Oh, that's rough as hell. I think he's going to have to do a morale roll just to stay in this conversation with you. Where's your cheat? He's not that. that is the wrong character entirely. I mean, yeah, shoot. He's not one of those either. I went right by it. I know the name of it, but I have to find it again. Because I scrolled up to get to the combat bit, because I forgot what that was. I'm like, that's kind of important if you got a crit the way I thought you did. Watch commoners, diseased. He's a diseased beggar. He's a flock of watch geese.
Flock of what?
Of watch geese. They're very good. Instead of attack dogs, they have attack geese. Very loud.
What? Watch geese. I was hearing it all as one word, watch geese. And I was like, what is watch geese? Oh yeah, I know the Roman story. That's why they had that festival every year where they crucified dogs.
I can't do math. Whatever roll he has. So that puts him... there.
Hopefully he doesn't have a bunch of grit.
Oh yeah, grit's a bit of will
Armor.
soften that, yeah. Oh, it's actually this. Stop. So that's the actual number. Now, if I drop below 0, do I do checks, or is that only you guys that do that? I'm gonna double check here for NPCs. I think they have the same problem you do.
I'm glad I'm not the only one learning this system today. Makes me feel better.
Oh yeah, because if he was just a mook, he would just doing any damage to him would make him flop. But since he's actually a named guy who has some reason to come after you, or to resist you, he's a named person with a bit of grit to him, as it were. Unlike heroes, all foes are defeated when their health or morale reaches 0. It's just simpler to keep track of. That's what I thought you were doing, game. I agree with you. Yeah, no, that you zeroed him out. He tisks and says, "Think about it, Sanguine. If I need to leave Eversink and stay out of Eversink for a long time, I need money to do it. And to get that money, I have to point out at least 2 people associated with Sal who brought down a guild. I'll have plenty of wealth to leave." The fact that I'm telling you, as I said, telling you first before, as I leave, it's a courtesy I'm doing for Sal's sake. For I can get a little bit up front. I probably won't get the full amount if you escape them. And if you don't escape them, I get the full amount anyway. Alternatively, I could cut your throats here. But that seems to be a bit of rudeness on my part. Given that Amalia here gave me the heads up that my neck's on the line. Unless you're willing to pay my way to Capri. Or elsewhere.
Well, it seems like they already know we're involved. Right?
But I know where you're staying.
Oh, okay. So...
I know where you need to go.
Oh, okay. I guess I have to burn this guy to the ground.
And for Sal's sake, I'd rather we not.
Okay. Well, I think I just try to scare him to death to be too afraid to turn us in. Not literally to death, but figuratively.
You have intimidation, right?
Yeah.
What do you intimidate this man with? Why does he not turn you in? Why does he not cash in on the very obvious prize he has in front of him?
Do I need to spend a point here?
No, you're just telling me why. You're telling me why it's working at all.
Because, he says all that, and, I'm just his professional courtesy, and suddenly the temperature of the room drops, noticeably. The shadows darken, and seem to, almost kind of coalesce around Sangwei. And in some weird respect, he somehow seems larger and much more dangerous. As he says, "Sure, you could do that. You could tell them where we live and where to find us. In which case, my friends will always know where you live. Will always know where you find us, where to find you. Whether you run to Caprica or the deepest circle of hell. Because I have a lot of friends there.
Seems I'm finding another way to leave then, Sanguine. Thanks for letting me know, Amalia. I'm really glad to have met you.
And then all that goes away, and Sanguine says, yeah, I think you'll find that to be the best choice. Or, just, lay low and, we can probably raise enough ruckus where this will, blow over enough where nobody's going to bother you. You could help us achieve that, theoretically.
I think the time for cooperation is over, don't you?
Sure.
Better we go our separate ways, no?
We'll say, what if we also pay you for your silence? How much would it take you to get to your...
Oh, he's not going to tell anybody anything, Amalia.
No, I'm not.
I shrug. I tend to think it's better to have a fair deal.
So do I, but your friend dabbles in dark things, and I don't really feel like dying in my sleep in the near future.
You'd be away for every single second of it.
Fair enough.
Goddess be with you, Amalia Giovanni. And he turns to leave.
Also with you.
Giovanni Sanguine, you have a grudge with the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, I figured.
Because, yeah.
Yes, but if I save Sal, then the grudge will go away.
Yeah, you can believe that if you want.
No.
So, and yeah, you have the certainty in your mind, Sanguine, that he is scared. As much as he put a good face on it as best he could, even if you're full of crap, even if you were lying about being a sorcerer, there was way too much going on in there. You may not have spelled it out, but he connected the dots really fast and went, nope, I might be able to stab you, but you'll probably set my soul on fire. So, nope, I'm done. I'm not screwing with this guy.
I'm a nasty piece of work, too.
But you have antagonized him, so he's not likely to want to help you in the future.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm out of room for favors and grudges, so I can't do anything. Okay, that's allegiances. I'm going to put that in the bio.
Oh, actually, you don't worry. I spent 2 Mercanti grudges for him to turn on you. Because the influence of the Mercanti was what made him want to turn you in.
Okay, so I can just replace Mercanti with Thieves Guild.
Yeah, with only just one point of Thieves Guild. You only ticked him off a little bit. Because if you hadn't turned him like that, he not only would Anders have fingered you, but also they would have been on you fast.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I'll highlight as well. That literally was the grudge of the Mercanti, and he knew they didn't like your Giovanni Sanguine in particular. And he's like, you know what? I can make some good money at this if I just turned your ass in.
Yeah, fair enough. But again, it's I like the way this game you can just use sorcery as your flavor for any of the other skills.
Yeah.
That's nice. Okay. Is that counting as defeating somebody to get a refresh by any chance?
You can defeat your face. How about that? Hold on.
Not defeat your face.
Amelia, he's picking on me.
Well, you just gotta even it out from Friday night.
I can't even do that. I guess I gotta let your character die. Just turn. Baff! What was that for? Nothing. My character just felt like bashing yours in the face. Defeating a foe, dropping a mook gives this. Dropping a named foe or non-mook adds 3 to the bowl. They're not a big bad. He was just a dude. He was just a guy who had some pull. So 3 refresh.
I'm just going to immediately spend 2 of those, if you don't mind, Amalia, to put my sway back up.
I am super low on preparedness, so I'd like at least 1 for refresh.
Well, I'm still at 6, and we'll probably do some more. So why don't you go ahead and take all 3 of those and pump them in preparedness. That sounds like that will probably be super handy.
Yeah, I'm going to pop 2 into athletics because my athletics was zeroed out, and 1 into preparedness. And like even my warfare is both a low max, but I still have 8 in that, so I'm not as concerned.
Yeah, and I've still got 8 in sorcery lined
That's
up.
Good.
Yeah.
Because previous session wiped a lot of resources for me.
Yeah, I can throw like 1 good punch, but I can talk and blast.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so just making friends, making enemies. So, what's the possibility of getting with your contacts in the watch and staging a nighttime raid or a raid on the assassin's pirate ship? If we get the watch involved, there's not too much anything can be done by, not obviously by the powers. We can thwart them. I mean, Sal is wanted by the watch, so they might not let us take him away.
Certainly ask my allies about it. See what help they're willing to give. But they hired us because...
Yeah, that's fair. And we don't really have anything solid to give them, I don't think, to say,
Correct, we don't yet. So... But yeah, she hired us because she was looking for investigation into something that she didn't have the authority to launch. For want of a better phrase.
Fair enough. Okay. Just a thought. I'll take a very quick little bio break. I'll be right back.
Okay. So what's on Amalia Dussai's mind?
I guess I will hire a runner to reach out to my ally. Within the city watch and see if we can meet briefly.
Where do you wish to meet her?
Just because getting into the Alder Hall is a bit of a pain, I'll see if she's willing to come over to come on, Roll20, let me move the map. Iron Cross, that's the name of it. We can see if we can meet her there.
Oh, we're in Iron Cross.
Hopefully, and like if there's a pub somewhere in Iron Cross, somewhere in neutral ground, I guess. I don't want to reveal the location of Giovanni's apartment because that seems like a bad idea for Giovanni's continued safety.
Yeah, let's not do that.
That's University. Regis Guild. Advocates Guild.
I'm back, by the way.
Back.
Counting House Row.
Yep.
I love Tears. That's a friendly place. Yeah, there's a place off of Effigy Square that you could meet. Pull these people here. I'll get you a name for that place because you will have established it's a place you could go to. Whoops. Huh. Map. Oops. Nope. What layer are you on? No. Stop. Come over here. Are you on the foreground? You're on the foreground. Ah, I did that on purpose. I did that on purpose. So you can meet her at the Sleepy Priest in Effigy Square. Because you have an ally in her, so asking to meet with her. Also, she's your employer, so asking your employer, hey, can we talk to you for a bit? It's like, sure. Because from her point of view, she's kind of hoping it's, hey, job done. So she's extra incentivized to meet with you. And a trip from Alderhall to Ironcross is not that big a trip for her.
Yeah.
So Giovanni steps out of the Sal's privy.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this would be a question for you. I'm not sure if the notes with people's names on it that I did hang on to would count as the slam dunk proof.
Well, my understanding of the job was for you to solve the problem of the nightly kidnappings and assaults.
Yeah.
So the list of names, you might be able to try to push her into taking that much and like social combating her and trying to get her to buy in on that. And say, yeah, that's good enough. We'll carry it from here. But it's not a slam dunk, that's for sure. Because it's not precisely what she asked you to do, but it's in the direction of what she wanted you to do.
Yeah. Fair enough. I don't think we want to...
Are you meeting on this side of the bridge here?
Yeah, we're meeting in Iron Cross.
Okay, because she's in the Temple Market area, and I try not to go there.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I'm tucking her next to it. Like whenever I'm tucking something
Okay.
next to the name like that, that's me trying to associate them with that
Okay.
area.
That's cool.
Hence Allah, as you two are here.
Yeah.
Like you're not in the apartment. You're both in the apartment because Dosai is, sort of thing.
Right.
And yeah, it is possible to take a gondola from, especially if you're in a comfortable lifestyle, take a gondola from the Tangle to Iron Cross, so you don't have to pass through the Temple Market.
So, what are you hoping to get out of Zoya?
Well, we might be able to get her support on a raid. The mission is to solve the problem of the assassinations, not to necessarily just find information this time, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Although I have a feeling her solution was to have us solve the problem.
Yeah. That's why I'm thinking, like, we might want to ask for her support for a raid, but I'm wondering if this might be a situation of, like, we have to take down the full
Yeah.
cabal
Fair enough.
in order to solve it completely, so that would only be part of it. Like, taking down the operations base of the assassins, I don't think would fully stop the issue, since it's the the cabal that's doing it. Like, they would probably just get another base.
Right.
So what, pray tell, do the pair of you do? Other than enjoy Sal's wonderful apartment.
Huh. So gondola to meet her, or
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, sorry, you didn't see the name. That probably didn't help you either. So the two of you meet Zoya Angaro in the Sleepy Priest, a little tavern off Effigy Square. You do have to get off and walk for a little bit to get there, but hey, none of you have a real hard time crossing through Iron Cross, given your stature in life and your, well, in fact, you both live here, so it's not like you're having a hard time get around or anything like that. And this place is more a tavern meant as a sort of more restaurant leaning, less a place where people house themselves. It is a place of fairly lovely food, fairly lovely drink, and thankfully still within your comfortable lifestyle. It's a bit of a downgrade for her, but it's not that big a thing. She's eating a little cheaper than normal, which, you know what, sometimes the grilled fish is just as good as the hour-long pickled fish, you know what I mean? Or hours-long pickled fish sort of things. Like, hey, you know what? Quick sauteed fish, quick fried fish, bit of seasoning. You know what? That's plenty. So she's sitting there, a place where there is a fair amount of emblemaology and pictures of the goddess looking down upon her subjects, to gesturing for them to make wealth in the world and to improve themselves and the world around them. Then various other religious figures who are posing rather dramatically. But there's no shrine or anything in here. It's more that it's clear the owner of this establishment is very devout, and they are not shy. In fact, a lot of their food is almost too expensive for Iron Cross. Like, they're pushing their luck as far as they can get. Is that they're charging the highest price they can get away with in Iron Cross. Which, hey, wealth is virtuous. The pursuit of it, they're doubly so. So says Denari. But yeah, you see Zoya Angaro sitting there, waiting for the two of you to stroll in. Some people kind of sniff and kind of look over in Giovanni's direction because he has an obvious odor to him.
it'll get better.
Oops.
Talking about the whiskey sweats or the feet?
Oh, it's both. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm from Garth, and this is run on Hellblazer. That's a cut for you comics fans out there.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Another friend of yours.
Yes.
You have quite a collection of friends, Amelia.
I do. I am fortunate.
Is he another one of those I shouldn't be introduced to?
I will gesture to Giovanni.
Giovanni's Sunway. A pleasure, I'm sure.
Are you quite well?
Had a small bout, but I do believe that it will take care of itself in a day or two.
Make sure to immerse your feet in swamp muck. It actually helps.
Yes, it really does.
Well, let's get to business before we get thrown out. Gives a glance at Giovanni and then waves at someone who's coming to the table like, no, leave us alone. And then the person goes away. It's clear you're not getting any food here because, yeah, you smell pretty bad. So she's like, thankfully she's rich enough that they aren't going to bother her. For a while. Feel free to have some water. Even a sip of my wine there. Since the your smell doesn't come from your mouth, I assume it's fine for you to have some.
Giovanni smirks and takes out his flask and takes a drink.
So, is it done, Amelia? It's only been a day.
Not entirely, but we have found the origin of it. I've come to ask your assistance in partially dealing with it.
Well, if it's an Alder Hall, it won't be much of a push for me, but beyond that, it gets a lot harder.
Yeah, it's sadly off the coast.
Ooh. How far off the coast?
I will give directions as I remember to where the boat is.
Out in the bay. Oh, that is not a minor thing you're asking for help. Why do you need that sort of help? Doubly so since I'm paying you to deal with whatever is going on.
Well,
yeah. Good.
The friend you met with last time has run afoul of some sorcerers from a particular dark cabal. And is being kept captive out there. And there are too many on the boat for myself alone to take.
I don't mean to be cruel, but that sounds like his failing, not yours. And if you're talking cabal, if I pass this up to the Eversink Defense Committee to get out in the water, because I will need ships, that will inevitably pull in the church militant. Or perhaps even mercenaries, which suddenly that becomes a cost that sounds like the city is solving the problem, not you. Assuming this is the solution to our problem. Or we're just simply rescuing a friend of yours who has bungled his way into hostile hands.
I think this would only resolve part of it, as the cabal in question is based elsewhere. The cabal in question, I think, I dare not speak more, lest I risk overstepping what I can prove.
And that's what I need to truly step in. For even if you give a tip that's... I mean, if I take this as a tip, that there's a hostile ship out in the water, it becomes an inquisitorial matter if you're talking cabal. The watch won't sail out there on their own. And I wouldn't want to anyway. I'd be asking a lot of... These men aren't... if we run into sorcerer's things, we call upon the Inquisition. That's what they're for. Well, the church militant. I'm not sure the Inquisition would get directly involved. Depends how powerful they are on board. Because if we just swim out in if we just sail in gondolas with the banner of Watch and Militant, if they're a proper ship, they'll just sail away. And at that point, we would definitely need the defense community to pursue them.
Yes, we could travel out under cover of darkness, but that may be a risk. Regardless, I would ask you to be careful to keep your activities in investigating this quiet for the time being. The group in question seems to be targeting enemies of the Mercanti.
Aha. That.
And or those opposed to the Mercanti.
Well, this makes us far less mysterious if that's the case. Just another day in Sinkish brutality, but
yes,
someone taking the game a little too seriously if they're bringing in sorceress things.
I worry that if your name becomes attached to our efforts, they will begin to target you. So far, your name has remained out of it, to my knowledge.
But it seems that the victims appear to be all people who have, in one way or another, become some size of thorn in the Mercanti's sides.
Yes.
While also safeguarding the more common citizenry from the shall we say, baser capitalist instincts of the Mercanti.
Unless we're able to narrow it down to exactly who's the paymaster, there's not much I can... Because that would be the way I would solve it, honestly. I mean, the watch way to solve this is to find the one with the purse and make them stop paying, at which point the entire operation falls apart. Though I do... As Amelia steps away briefly, I do worry that the unnamed friend of Amelia's, and yours I might presume, may reveal my name anyway. At which point we have a very definitive problem very quickly for...
Well, I mean, our friend is tight-lipped by both habit and profession, but under the right circumstances, everyone talks, eventually. So, and because he is my friend, my primary concern is getting him out of circumstances where that kind of persuasion might be levied against him. So that's pretty much my primary concern. But it sounds like yours is stopping this whole shebang, or at least this murderous edge of it.
Well, it's... If what Amelia has been involved in is true, and the word in Alderhall holds, those involved in the Ironmonger scandal are just as in danger as anyone else in the streets. So I fear this is in her interest as well as yours to solve.
And I think the same puppet masters that were behind the Ironmonger scandal are behind this as well. Tell me, What's your watch? What's your influence over watch activity in Iron Cross?
None. I am the captain of Alderhall. Each captain holds their fiefdom quite tightly, although the captain of Ironhall is a lot more friendly to me than, say, Harbor Approach or Sag Harbor. What little there is in Sag Harbor.
Fair enough.
For you must understand, I hold the second most popular posting, and the best paid, but
No, of course it's Alderhall.
not.
Tell me, does Carlos de Francisco have an estate in Alderhall?
Say his last name again?
De Francisco.
De Francisco.
I believe he's the guild master for the Society of Ivorists.
I believe he's in talks for purchase of one, but he hasn't he hasn't found a buyer yet, so he hasn't come into my part of, but I have heard his name floated around, because I know he's not one of the old names, so he must be, as you say, he must be trying to build up the money and influence to buy a house in Alderhall. Buy it out from some ancient noble who can't afford it anymore.
Yes, well, Carlos de Francisco has quite a lot of. It's very successful, the Ivors are. In fact, they have all sorts of monies to place towards all sorts of projects.
As do many guild masters, I'll point out.
Oh no, that's fair. That's fair.
It is not vainish or evil to pursue the coin.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that sometimes, if one was looking for a financial source of trouble, certainly such a guildmaster would have the means.
Possible, but you need.
Not accusing anyone of anything particularly.
But you're hinting rather bluntly, and I'm telling you, as a captain of the watch, no move would be made by myself or an Iron Cross without hard evidence against the guild.
Oh no,
their vaunted position.
I quite understand that. However, words in the right ears might prevent the encroachment of insalubrious, perhaps even scandal-prone property owners into Alderhall. I'm sure no one there would like that. But, as you say, there's no evidence of anything, just scurrilous rumors. Scurrilous rumors.
Beware stabbing in the dark against the Mercanti. Some Mercanti would be your allies and paymasters, while others are likely your enemy.
Oh, you're fair. You're true. But anyway. All right. That gives me some things to go on.
I recall there was a sanguine household in my predecessor's books, now that I think about it.
Yes, everybody seems to remember.
Really? I barely remembered it sitting here. I'm staring you in the face.
Yes, well...
Are the Sanguines all that popular? Not to offend you. Or were they all that popular?
No, quite the opposite for several generations, actually.
Oh.
We were more helpful than popular at our height.
The useful cudgel that lost its usefulness to the right people.
Well, even the oldest families can fall on hard times.
All too true. Wealth is harder than blood, so they say. So, what do you think method of solving this problem will be. I mean, I do wish for your friend to, if nothing else, be pulled out from imperiling myself or Amelia.
Well, and my concern is with my friend. I don't think I was. So is it just 6 wealth total she's offering for the deal?
Yep. That's what she offered them. And yeah.
Yes, well, my sole interest is getting my friend back. I don't think I was part of this contract. So I'm just here out of friendship.
Well, your unnamed collaborator mentioned that tried to wheedle me into paying more for the fact that there may be a third involved, but I offered what I offered. And what division you wish to take or not take is up to yourselves as Slinks. I'm not here to moralize to who deserves the most. Or the least. Or none, although charity is somewhat sinful of you. But then again, favors are a form of currency, so, you know. I'm not a priest, I'm just saying. I appreciate the camaraderie you seem to be demonstrating and not trying to wheedle me as much as the unnamed one did.
Well, and
that's what your smell reminds me of. He smelled something awful when I saw him. Oh. Not nearly as bad as you, but like just terrible.
Well, unfortunately, I have some training in the physicker's art, and I'm afraid my friend does not. But this and that, and be as it may, I am one who appreciates favors. So,
welcome back, Amelia. We were just getting to know each other.
Yes.
And glad of it.
So what do you plan to do, Amelia?
Perhaps best we keep that to ourselves. Plausible
Not the
deniability and whatnot.
Not quite the particulars, but whether or not you're actually going to continue with the work. Because I do, at least for your sake and mine, don't want him to stay in their hands much longer. But I need to know if you're going to carry out what I was paying you and your friends for.
We shall, yes.
Plus, being a slink is a particular and peculiar business. It does not do to earn the reputation of being people that one can take advantage of and can capture and question without consequences. So, thank you for the company. It was a pleasure to meet you.
I will observe politeness and say it'll be better to hear from you again. She smiles at that.
Fair enough.
Safe travels, and if I may be so bold, I suggest for the next week or so at least, you assign one of your team as a bodyguard if you go to less savory areas.
I, like you, Amelia, am a sentinel and a warrior. I shall not shirk my duties for fear of the shadows. But I will take extra precautions, as I have been for the last while, but I suppose there's certain contacts I'll need to reach out to in the church, which will be not a fun conversation I need to have. So I would suggest perhaps not reaching out to me for a while until you're sure you're ready to dispel the threat against me.
And don't take
I
shadows
nod.
too lightly.
Don't take what, sorry?
Don't take shadows too lightly. They can be deeper than they first appear.
Good day to you, Mr. Sanguine, Amalia.
Nah. And to you, Watchwoman Ungaro.
Captain, Mr. Sanguine. Watch Captain.
Ah, right.
Pleasure, Captain. Stay
She nods.
safe.
She nods and waits for you two to leave because she's still having her dinner.
Yeah.
I absolutely do leave.
And she'll
Yeah.
eventually leave the place.
Okay, so looks like not much help. I did drop Francisco's name in her ear. She can't really do anything about it, but at least she's been kind of alerted.
Yeah. I think perhaps what abilities do you have to against other sorcerers?
Well, I mean, I can engage in sorceress duels. I am, and I can affect more than one target. But such things are dangerous, to say the least, as you're well aware.
That far away from the city, any consequences would be unlikely to be discovered until you had time to get scarce.
Oh, no, fair enough. I'm just saying that when sorcerers start throwing magic at each other, things can get messy quickly, particularly in the immediate area. But, I mean, yes, I can engage in a sorcerer's duel, and as always, it depends on the skill of the combatants.
Yes, I'm not sure how skilled they are, but I do know their fighters were more of a hazard of number than of skill.
That. Well, I mean, we can either go in with a goal of just sneaking in and getting Sal out, or we can go in with the goal of getting Sal out and finding some sort of potential evidence. We could go with the goal of getting Sal out and sinking the boat.
The third is my preference because at least it would do a powerful blow to the sorority.
Well, for a moment anyway, but I think we're going to have to ultimately deal with sorority itself.
Absolutely, I agree 100% on that.
But, so it seems to me that probably the two of us getting in by boat, by stealth at night, is what we are left with.
Yes.
And I can certainly, in theory, contribute to us staying unobserved.
We met a man earlier who seemed to be a man at arms and may appreciate the chance to avenge his brother, who was one of the victims. Why don't we see if we can meet with Bergante Jogdose in the foreign district and see if he may be willing to be a reinforcement on this mission. An extra man at arms might not go amiss.
Sounds like a plan.
You're on the streets, I forgot. Sanguine, I'm going to call... Sanguine, I'm going to call upon you to give me a burglary
Burglary?
Burglary. Wait, sorry. I might not. There's no roll for that. I have to check something. Something may be happening, I think. Yes, it is a roll test. Yes, it is a burglary test to notice something secret happening about your person.
Oh, somebody's trying to do something to me.
It's the two of you are walking the streets and talking quietly among yourselves in the effigy square.
Fair enough. Okay. We have 2 points in burglary. Let's just take a risk, and I'll spend both for this roll. Eight.
You notice a young girl trying to stuff something in one of your pockets.
Is it a bomb?
Something into your pockets. You can stop her, you can let her do it. It's up to you. Normally I'd say spend alertness and I'd give you more information, but you don't have alertness. So I can't say much more. You just know something that she was attempting to burgle, put something in your pocket.
Okay.
And you notice her doing it. So you can stop her, you can let her do it.
Okay. Oh, no. You'll have to tell me if... I guess this would technically be a sorceress attack, what I'm talking about. But basically what I'm wanting to do is put an air tag on her sorcerously. So, like, if I need to find her later, I can. But basically, like, you know, use a bit of sorcery to mark her and make her findable by me. Not like she's just, you know, would be broadcasting to anybody, but, you know, where if I needed to track this urchin down, I could later for information.
Okay. I'm looking everywhere but where I want to look. Okay.
So I'm not, well, I guess it's a sorcery roll. I'm not really trying to do damage.
No, you're basically doing a unique spell. You've let me know
Yeah.
what you need. Now it's a matter of seeing.
I guess, so probably a maneuver? What this would come under in this book?
In essence, yeah, you're doing a maneuver. What it applies to.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how much it'll cost to have it happen, because I think that would just be a. Because when you do anything, there we go. I would say, yeah, you're creating a non-unique spell, so you spend a point of corruption to. You do not need to spend the corruption on a spell whose only purpose is to gain you a lead, such as allowing your group to fly, and that's the one method for reaching a cloud-based adventure you planned. But doing this thing, I think, would constitute a non-standard unique spell. You're trying to track this person so that later, at any point, you just know where she is.
Okay.
I think it's only one. You're targeting one person, and kind of making it such that through what sphere again? Air. Like, what sphere are you attaching to her?
Like sorceress sphere?
Yeah.
Let's see. The ones I have, I'm guessing either demonology or shadow. Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Ask a minor demon to keep an eye on her location, or, you know, have her shadow tell me where she is. However, I'm not at all sure that this is where I want to start spending points of corruption.
Yeah, because I will point out the way it would work. You have for a unique spell like this, you're describing there's a full effect and a partial effect that you would describe that we're kind of agreeing on. So full effect is what you ideally want. Partial effect is what should happen along with what you're trying to do, because you're not trying to damage them. You're trying to do something to them that's not to their benefit. Like you're tagging them in such a way. But it is. Like, a partial effect, I think, would be you have whereas full effect, you know precisely where she is at all times. Partial effect, you have a rough idea what part of Eversink she's in. You would pay, if you wanted to do this, you'd pay the 1 point. You can spend more points, add +3 to your roll. You do a sorcery attack against her health and morale. I would say it's a morale because you're trying to make sure she doesn't even know she's being messed with.
Right.
And that is the target of that is your maneuver target number you're trying to do. She might spend investigative points to make her number harder or not if you dedicate to the role. She may choose to just suffer the full effect or partial effect. Rather, that is to say, I would choose which one is more. Yeah, does she even mind? Does she even care? Which you wouldn't know until you spent everything, and then I'd say, by the way, you know.
Yeah, so I think I don't really want to spend corruption here because I think I may need it with later.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to let her place whatever she's placing in my pocket. Yeah. Is there anything else I can do? I don't think I've got any of the thing that might let me remember her. Okay. So yeah, I'll let her place it in my pocket and scamper off into the crowd, and then as we're kind of walking and talking, I'll take a look on what she placed in my pocket carefully.
You see a note that says, "You of once noble blood. There is prophecy of your soon encounter with those of the book. We see you have in time opportune to retrieve their forbidden lore. We call upon you to even your offense and dues by gathering such and offering it to a grove you know well." Essay.
I'll be past to that.
And that is an opportunity to wipe the grudge you have against the Il Sacro Ordine del Equisplendenti. That is them calling that debt upon you.
Yeah. Well, remember, it wasn't a defense. That was I owed them a favor because they gave me the sorcerer's elixir, so it wasn't really an offense against them. That
forbidden lore wise, I'll tune you in that's them hiding the real relationship.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
They worded it in such a way, even if someone did get the note, they wouldn't know exactly what your relationship is to them. They could make it say, "Oh yeah, we forced them. Yeah, we bullied him." It's like, no, he's friendly to us. Like, let's not give that information for free.
Right. Okay, so fair enough. So you have in time opportunity to retrieve their forbidden lore. Okay, fair enough. So, yeah. and I will read that and then, find a friendly fire at some point to put it in. Okay. So it strikes me that if, there's this one victim's brother, there might be other relatives or friends of the victims who might be willing to help even the odds, and perhaps even Bergentai might be able to bring some friends as well. But maybe that's how we even the odds. Maybe we...
Seems like a...
Yeah, maybe we show the Mercanti that they have to be careful when moving against even the common folk, because they're, after all, more of them. So yeah, let's go see this Burgundy.
The day wears on and time grows short as Amelia's deadline looms.
What's your deadline?
Tomorrow's dawn.
To kill me and Sal?
Yeah,
me?
or beat, what's his name?
Oh, right. Wagner.
Thank you, Wagner, within an inch of his life.
No, fair enough.
You traipse along the docks of the foreign quarter. Its varying smells and foods wafting by the pair of you as you go by all the nice and tasty things and interesting and exotic peoples and beliefs and languages. Instead, you go to the dock, low to the water, where a man is draped in a blanket, staring out into the water.
Not a very prosperous man-at-arms.
There he sits, curled about what's likely some sort of weapon wrapped in other cloths. His stern face, watching the rise and fall of the water.
We'll try to find the guy who translated for us when we last met with this guy.
What's this guy speak?
He speaks the language of the Horse Lords.
Not the Horse Lords.
Vontavni.
What is the things that forgotten lore that gives me language surprises? So he doesn't speak Coinish whatsoever?
Doesn't seem to. He didn't answer to it when they last encountered. They had to pay with coin, as I recall, someone to translate for them.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah, we did.
So every rank of Forgotten Lore allows you to be fluent in 2 additional known languages.
Okay.
Maybe you get to define them as they come up. I think I believe you spent at least one of those languages on something.
Yeah.
On the language of the
Rudatha, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's add in that I can speak the, was it Tongue of the Horse Lords?
Vontavni.
Vontavni. I'm spelling that as it sounds, so probably completely wrong if you...
It's in the
throw that somewhere at
Discord.
some point. Discard. Hello, Discard. Oh, pretty close. I just used Vaughn as an honorific instead of... Vaughn. Not too far off. Right. I happen to speak that language. How convenient.
Good. That's fortunate. Good.
Yeah. Well met, Bergentai Jokdose. May your horse be strong and your vision long.
He looks over at you. Strange for a man of coin to know the language of the horse lords. I congratulate you for knowing a civilized tongue.
I'm a strange man. What can I say?
You bring a familiar face to my shadow. Has she hired you to speak with me as well?
I'll hunker down near him. No. Did you, was my skinny, ill-looking friend with her last time? Sal.
He was.
Yeah. So, no, for my sins, I'm friends with these two. And looks like Sal has got himself into a bit of trouble. However, we have also discovered the lair of the perpetrators who have been carrying out the murders across the city, including, I'm told, that of your brother.
You speak the truth?
As far as I know it.
You know where they lay and where they committed their vile act upon my blood and kin?
Well, therein lies the problem. They lay offshore, and since I've heard what Amalia said, I'll give them the general direction. And there are, there's some dozen or more swords on board, as well as a couple of corrupted wizards, as we understand it. Now, we have plans to deal with the corrupted wizards, but the swords are another matter. We thought perhaps you might be willing to join our raid, and perhaps you might know others. Perhaps, in fact, that there are many brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers of those who have been so brutally taken from us that might be willing to join this raid.
Question for you then.
Hmm?
What sort of blades are they? Are these soldiers of Great Kators, or are these soldiers of coin, or are these soldiers of the water and vile, despicable, mother-loving pirates?
I'll look up to Molly and go, he wants to know what kind of opposition these guys are, the fighter types, the warrior types.
Not very competent, in my experience. There are more sailors who hold blades than actual warriors.
My friend, who's definitely the master of blades in our here, says that they seem more like... Oh, go ahead.
I will say I've traded blows with them and was able to easily best two on their and steal their boat.
Fair enough. My friend here says the ones she has encountered haven't amounted to much. Sailors with swords rather than swordsmen on a boat. She herself dispatched two of them and stole their boat in quick order the first time they headed out that way.
He gives a very in-depth evaluating stare at Amalia from head to toe.
Yep. Amalia carries herself as a sword master. Like, I look like one who can cleave between the enemies.
Ask her if they are the sort she could have taken 5 or 10 of on her own.
I'll pass that along.
He smiles a little bit.
5 easily, perhaps not 10, only because of numbers.
I'll pass that along.
And because I had been, I'd had other draining experiences that day, so I was not at my best.
Well, that all said then, how many are there? Are we talking 10-fold, 3 10-fold?
At least a dozen on the ship. If more, not many more.
Do you still need the ship?
No, we want
to
destroy the ship.
So, let's see. I could probably Do you want me to deal with the sailors on my own, or with whoever I can bring along? Okay, so so there's different ways we could do this. We could. The destroying of the ship is easy. A bit of the alchemist's fire, tossed in the right part of a ship, will burn it like so much dry tinder.
Yes, although we would like to make sure our friend makes fair escape from the ship first.
Oh, I would like to burn the ship and everything it has on it, and rob them of their vile vehicle of evil.
I absolutely agree. I just want to make sure our friend does not perish with the ship.
Oh, just make sure we take him out before we break the thing.
Exactly.
And I'd be interested in any papers or logs that might lead us to those on land with deep chests who are funding this entire operation.
So after that, if you wish, so we could, so there's that. I do wish to do that. You'll need to secure the fire yourselves. As you can imagine, I am not one burdened with wealth, not even a horse. But I do have my blade, and I have skill equivalent to hers. Without seeing her fight, I don't know if it's better or lesser, but I think we're on the same. I am a warrior, bred and born, but she seems to have an eye to her that suggests that she has other skills, which may complement or lessen, I don't know, and I won't presume. But between myself and her, any who wield a blade as a secondary pursuit will be cut like wheat. However, if you wish to free her hands and yours easily, then you would need to roust, perhaps not the highest mercenaries like those in the Cross of Iron, but there are lesser mercenaries who you could gather up into a small band that I could lead, and that will, I am no great horse lord myself, but I know how to lead men to battle, and we Votavni know how to sink a good ship. And we definitely know how to sink an evil ship. The sorcerer you must deal with. I have... My solution to sorceress problems is to torch the ship at night while they're not looking. But you have things you wish to get off the ship before we do such a thing. So, my solution to the problem is far more preemptive than yours.
So, yeah, I will translate all this as he's speaking. And kind of look to Amalia and go, this is more your field than mine. What do you think?
It's a good one, I think. Perhaps, given that the Flaming Company is involved with their rivals may be interested in opposing them at a discount. What?
Now you're thinking like an Eversinker.
Uh-huh. Very coinish way of thinking of things.
Well, I don't want to lose more money than I've gained on this job.
Right. So, is the Flaming Company a merc company, or what was their deal?
Yep, they're one of the up-and-coming mercenary companies. So I remember telling people, I have to look at my notes on them. Hi, Rune. Hello. I actually have the chat in front of me because I missed a raid not too many streams ago, so I'm trying to not trying not to miss the chats anymore. Cost-wise, if you wish to hire a small group of mercenaries, like a minor group, it would cost you 1 wealth. If you wanted like a massive, like, our best people, armed and armored, let's go, kicking some doors, you're spending 2 wealth. Or favors with relevant mercenary organizations.
But yeah, I don't see anything wrong. Potentially, also.
He's suggesting, I'll highlight as well. I'm suggesting that he thinks you only need a 1 wealth worth, like whether it's a mercenary group, like if you spend 1 wealth on like a proper mercenary company, it's like and actually I'll highlight Amelia that you have favors you can call in that doesn't involve wealth at all. You, between your favor and allies with mercenaries, you could probably ask a few friends that who happen to work in the Flame Company, or not the Flame Company, but their opposition, to go, like the Golden Raiders, and go, hey, you want to take a crack at your rivals? I can tell you a place that'll screw them up pretty bad. It's like, oh, well, hey, if Amelia's on board, I'm on board too. And if you cash in a favor, they'll go, oh, we'll get our best stuff. Let's go. Let's arm up. Let's start kicking in doors and burning down bridges and stuff.
I would want to
the way to go.
do that.
Are you spending your favor and your allegiance, or are you just getting them to help you out? Like, do you want to have a handful of guys ready to go, or are you having a full team of like 10 guys go, let's go, time to cut some people down?
Handful, I think.
Okay.
Because I would not want to spend my full allegiance. I'm happy to spend my favor, but I just don't want to.
Well, when your allegiance comes back, you can spend that once per adventure, as it were. But spending a favor goes away when you spend it. I'm saying with allegiance alone, you can just go, hey, you guys helping me out? Yeah, sure. You're helping us out. We'll help you out. Sure, we'll help you out. Why not?
Perfect. I'll spend the.
So the same people you were trying to sneak by before. Actually, do you hire them? You can hire whoever you want, but you know the obvious rival to the Flame Company is the Golden Raiders.
Yeah, I'd hire the Golden Raiders instead of the Flaming Company because, like, the Golden Raiders would be less inclined to view this as me asking a favor and more inclined to view this as me giving them an opportunity to fuck over the competition.
And I will say the Golden Company is a hard counter to the Flame Company. Flame Company are very skirmishy, speedy types, and the Golden Raiders are the exact opposite. They are heavy armor. Let's go. Golden Raiders. I keep calling them Golden Company. That's just not the name. So, I mean, they won't be terribly there with at first with Briganti helping, leading the way, but he's an expert as a horse lord. He is an expert at fighting people with boats, because the horse lords have a deep dislike for the pirates of men, so they end up raiding them every so often. So there's a reason the horse lords don't like boats all that much. If you want to have the alchemist fire that he suggested you get to destroy the ship, which he really wants to do, that is 1 wealth, or you'd have to do a preparedness roll to say that you can find it somewhere. You know where you can get it without having to spend coin.
I would probably want to run the preparedness roll on that. Just because that's...
Yeah, 1 whole coin is a pretty... that's a haircut.
Yeah, a coin is fairly dear, so...
We should also be sure we're arranging for transport.
Easily done. You have a comfortable lifestyle. That's gondolas. It's not a hard thing for you to secure.
Yeah.
One or two of the Golden Raiders, when they gather up where you guys want to meet, will give you two a look, and almost they recognize Amelia when she goes, "Oh, hey, I'm Amelia. Remember me?" It's like, "Oh, hey, we remember you. Yeah, hi." And then look at Sanguine, and it's like one of them's like, "I think I saw him before." Nah, I've never seen this guy before. Because either they've seen you in Iron Cross or they saw you at a job they were on. It's like, I don't think I know who you are, but whatever. I'm not here to get to know people. I'm here to bash some heads in. Let's go. Very much warriors who are ready to get things done. So, it's a preparedness roll to get that item. Alchemist Fire is not the hardest thing in the world to get. It just costs money. It's one of those alchemical things that's like, look, if you know where to ask, it's not the hardest thing to get. Because alchemy technically isn't corruption. Sorta, kinda, not really, but sorta, kinda. Because, yeah.
Fair.
A particularly ticky-tacky inquisitor would be like, that is sorceress, because it's weird looking. Like, not everything that's weird is sorceress. Grow up.
So weird. So weird.
Next you'll say leeches are sorcerers. But they healed the sick. Yes, it's called medicine, you fool.
Huh.
So what you doing, Amelia? Are you doing preparedness? Well,
I'm doing preparedness.
okay. I need a roll from you.
Yep. Does this seem like a difficult role?
It's not. I wouldn't say it's easy. That much I can tell you. You do have to look around because it is one wealth. You're trying to find it first without spending a D or dollar.
Okay. I don't want to completely zero it out, but I will spend 1 point for a bonus. If I spend 1, I forget, does that give a +1 modifier or
Yes,
+3?
+1.
+4.
It's only +3 if you use an investigative skill that you think makes sense to make this easier.
Oof.
Can't seem to find it for the kind of discount you're hoping for. You'd have to, if you wanted to get it, you'd have to spend 1 coin to actually get it. 1 wealth.
And I've already spent coin today.
Have you?
Unless, well, in last session,
Oh.
I zeroed out my wealth paying for the translator.
Oh, right.
Though I would ask, retroactively, could I spend Tactics of Death for a +3 on that? I just realized that I still have a point in that, and that could make sense.
You know what I'll do? I will have you roll yet another preparedness, because I believe preparedness is a flashback thing for you. It's that high. Yeah. If you make that roll, then I'll say that your character thought way in advance and was able to use their Tactics of Death to think ahead of, hey, I already have this. I just got it the other day, and I just never thought to get it. You're trying to buy it now, and you're like, I can't buy it now. And then you think back, wait a minute, I already bought this stupid thing. I just have to head back to my house and get it. Why do you have it? I thought I might need it. I just left it at home. And that's you spending your point of Tactics of Death to get the +3?
Yeah.
Yep. I'll take that. As you kind of say, as you remember, as you just have to quickly duck back to your apartment and you come back because you had it already.
Yeah. Excellent.
So, in the dark of night, as the sun sets and the lamps are lit, waiting upon the docks of the foreign district, are there any of the preparations you do before you sail out on gondolas to attack the ship?
I'm reading up on some stuff.
think I am good for now myself. But Giovanni may want additional preparation.
Well, in the spirit of that, I am going to take a short break, and we'll be right back as I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, and refresh my drink.
Okay.
Cool.
I return once more. Yeah, we'll see how this plan goes. They are going into a fair bit of danger, I think. But hey, at least bringing him back up, and they have quite a bit going on their side. Just a matter of making sure it doesn't get out of hand, I think. Let's find out what they're going to do and how well they're going to do it. I've returned.
Hello.
So any queries you have before you set sail? Well, set sail. It's a strong word for gondolas.
Right. Yeah.
Battle gondolas. That's probably a thing, actually. I must have made fun of it.
So, thinking it might not be... Okay. First question is, if I wanted to buy something illegal, would my connections with the Triskadine help that in any way? Like, I have the money for it, I just need to source it.
The Triskadine aren't really a mercantile thing. They're more the government, getting applications and permission to do certain things.
Fair enough.
You would be you would need to find some way to make contact with either if it's illegal, probably the Thieves Guild or the Mercanti.
Okay. So, in that case, what about something that is not illegal, but is quote-unquote magical?
Oh, what are you talking about? Because it depends who you're buying, what you're looking for.
It's a warding charm, page 147.
447. Da, 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 da. Oh, this is right. This is in the sorceress
Right.
protection angle. Actually, 1-4 sorting charm.
But it's not unique. It has a price, and it's not illegal.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, if it's not illegal, it's likely something that the church would sell, or certain merchants would buy from the church and sell to other people. You would either be doing a preparedness roll at pretty high difficulty because it's wealth 2, or you'd spend 2 wealth to just buy the charm outright.
Okay, so if I wanted to get that, I could just spend the 2 wealth.
Yeah, you just look around and buy it from somebody.
Okay. That's a lot of wealth. Don't know if I have favors I can call in for that, and I don't have preparedness at all, so. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go into this with my own resources. I don't think there's anything else particularly. We've got a way to set the ship on fire.
You... Yeah. I thought I had an idea, but it wouldn't work for your situation. I was looking at your favors, and one person you could possibly call in on is Seraphina to make it cheaper, but it wouldn't buy it for you. It would just make it wealth 1.
Right.
So,
But
she'd be able to be to help cover you a little bit, but she wouldn't cover all of it with 1 favor because it's very expensive. Wealth 2 is not. There's no joke.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Okay. Where is?
Why do I think I am?
I don't have any money. Don't really need that. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just going to.
What you gonna do? Amelia, have you returned? Amelia might still be away from the break.
I have returned.
Ah, yes. Any extra things
I've
you're
returned.
doing?
I said I was done.
Cool. So it's
With
just on
my
Sanguis.
books?
Just on Sanguis then.
Okie dokie. I'm actually going to spend a point of prophecy to have a vision of the right time and route to sneak in unobserved. That is a spend that's listed on page 28. Basically, you and allies accompanying you all gain +3 bonus on 1 stealth test.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Fair enough. You focus a very specific vision of how to slip by.
Right?
Which helps all your allies too. Wow, just 1 spend, it helps everybody. The power of prophecy.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're as ready as we're going to be.
Yeah. I agree.
So, I presume you're trying to sneak your way onto the ship out in the water in the dark?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, to it, this seems like a test of stealth. And at least one of you needs to succeed at this test of stealth as you wade out into the water. And I believe this falls into the realm of this may sound like a sense of. I'm wondering if it's piggybacking cooperation. Piggybacking because one person leads and everyone else would be able to follow suit. So either it would fall upon one of you to lead the role, and if you want to, for every character who's unable to pay, so do both of you have stealth, or do either of you have stealth? There's the question.
I do not.
I have 4 in stealth. So
you should definitely lead this, because I have no stealth.
So, the problem here is that for in a piggyback sort of role, one person is the lead, and as long as they make the roll, everyone else who spent at least 1 point toward it can they don't add to your roll. They just say, "I benefit from you succeeding. I'm piggybacking off of you doing well." Now, if you're dragging people with you who don't know how to be stealthy, which I will tell you that you don't have to worry about the Golden Raiders or Briganti. They know how to be stealthy. They're not the problem. Amelia is, because she can't stealth right now without spending wealth to cover for herself.
Could I potentially spend a point of vigilance toward it instead?
Well, is this the role to get us onto the boat without being seen?
Yes.
To the boat? So, if you don't have any points in an ability, you can't use it, or you're just rolling the d6?
So to complete the thought, piggybacking, again, is one person rolls, and and everyone else comes with them. If no one else spends a dime, you have to carry them all on your back. You have to roll, because there's only one roll. For every other person who can't pay because they don't want to or they can't, the difficulty of your attempt goes up by 2. So grabbing a bunch of city watchmen who don't know how to be stealthy or stealthy as goons, that just hinders you completely. That makes it almost impossible to do. In this case, the difficulty is +2. However, what is being asked is if vigilance would cover that cost. Normally, one would spend a point from the relevant pool. So if it's a stealth roll, then stealth would be what's required. But vigilance, I think, makes sense if you spend a point of it, because you would be... I think I know where you're going with this. It's a watch out. They could see us, or give it a second. You're kind of acting as a lookout sort of thing. So I think that's a reasonable thing, a reasonable spend. Therefore, your one roll, Giovanni, makes or breaks everybody. No one else rolls this, it's just you. Now, how hard is it? Would be the next question.
Yeah.
I will point out that we'll spend their 1 point of malice for each of your allies. But that's not... I don't sweat that too much. Most decent characters have a decent... Because NPCs don't have set skills, usually. They'll have a couple set skills. Generally, they'll have a malice pool, MALUS, and that is their generic who has what. Actually, it wouldn't be 1, it'd be 3, because I need to buy the fact that they have the skill at all. But... that is a minor thing to make sure they just follow along and don't even roll. How hard is this? I would say they don't necessarily know that you're coming to attack them. They would presume from Amelia's flight and the capture of your ally that one would guess that they are not expecting a assault. But they would be watching, because they're a ship. They're a mysterious ship out in the water in the dark, out off the coast of Eversink. They're not the only ship that's out here, but they have suspicious activities. And you do know that there is at least 1 or more sorcerers aboard, so that may influence how hard this is.
Okay.
But whatever you roll, +3 because you add a prophecy into this.
Right, and it kind of makes sense that I'm leading since it's my prophecy.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorcery. So okay. I do 3. me look at the difficulty chart, trying to feel it out.
It's in the pins in case you're looking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damage calc. There it is. So 6 would be hard. Just sneaking past an awake alert guard. 8 would be very hard. Okay. I'm going to guess that we're at least looking at 6. We got 3. So I'm actually going to spend 3 points of stealth for this roll. So that'll give you a total of +6. So 12. We are very stealthy.
Your gondolas sweep wide and carefully, staying in the shadow of clouds at the perfect time.
Somehow Giovanni seems to know exactly when to tell the boats to turn.
You're able to nestle up to the side of the boat, of the ship. You see sailors milling about on the deck. Occasionally 2 red-robed figures moving about.
Ah.
Of course, Sal is not being held above deck. That would be foolishness on their part. Likely somewhere below decks. What, pray tell, do you do? What is your plan?
So we haven't snuck on board yet. We're just there.
You can sneak on board. I'm just wondering what your next move is, because eventually you'll, are you going to start slaughtering whoever you can? Or you're going to try to slowly slink your way below decks first?
So
I'd want to get Sal somewhere safe before we start slaughtering, just because if I were them and I knew that we have an enemy whose ally we've captured, and suddenly there was a big assault, then I'd want to make use of the hostage I have.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Let me... There it is. Okay. So yeah, I think that's what we do is we try to get on board and find Sal first.
How do you intend to find Sal? Actually, better yet, by what skill do you lead these people into evading these people further and slipping below decks? Or do you slip below decks on your own and let them wait for a signal?
I think that's the way we do it. I think maybe...
That probably makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, they're ready to jump because they're, and then we'll, get Sal and we can kick things off when we want.
Yeah.
So, I will need an additional stealth roll to find your way to Sal as you creep below decks.
Fortunately, I only have the 1 point left to spend.
I believe your prophecy has come and gone.
Yeah, it's just the one roll.
Of course, if you have a different way you wish to get to Sal, I'm willing to listen to it. I just know the natural roll is stealth.
Right. I mean, in theory, I could spend a point of corruption and just slip through the shadows to where Sal is with the shadow sphere that is my deal, or one of my deals. don't know if spending a point of corruption would let me take you with me for that. And then, we'd also potentially be behind a locked door.
You would be, it'd be like piggybacking yet again. Because she can't spend sorcery or corruption,
right.
You would have to, you would do a sorcery roll with a +2 to the difficulty because you're yanking somebody with you through the shadows. That's how that would work.
Yeah, and plus I'm nervous about depleting my corruption too much before we have to deal with the sorcerer. So I think I've only got 1 to spend on this +2 roll. So, that will kind of be what it will be. And I've used up a lot of luck here lately. Is there anything else that I can...
Also consider if you're stealth with Dosai in your trail, Dosai would have to spend yet another point to not push your difficulty up by 2.
Right.
Because all you've assured is that you definitely can get to the boat without them noticing and get aboard. They can't stop that. The next thing is whether or not you can get to saddle without them noticing.
Right. I could... spend my last point of prophecy to get that stealth bonus again.
I will say it is easier now to creep below decks than to be above deck, because they would be mostly watching for attackers or enemy ships or hostile gondolas. They'll still have people watching. There's still sorcerers who are watching for their secrets, but they're not if you're aboard, you're supposed to be here in theory.
Right. Okay, we could just do it with a base stealth roll with a +1. If it's a standard difficulty, that would pull it up to a 6 difficulty with the extra 2 for you, assuming it's standard stealth difficulty. So I'd be looking to get a 6 or better with a d6 +1.
Most Amelia has some piggyback spend that would cover stealthing around, other than stealth.
Yeah.
You think? I already spent my vigilance. What about athletics? Just being physically gifted.
I'll eat that, sure. I'll eat your athletics.
Okay.
Spend a point off that.
So now I'm just rolling. It's not quite as difficult, groovy. Here goes nothing, kids. Oh, that's not the right thing. That's stealth we want to roll. +1. Oof. Don't know.
You are short. You lose the grudge with Sorority of the Book, Giovanni.
Okay. Delete.
As you turn a corner, you're sneaking your way along.
Sneak.
And in your path is a sorceress in red robes. Did you think we would forget you, Giovanni?
Well, time to tear her apart with demons.
And we are in combat.
Yes, we are.
And she'll have one of the sailors with her. She, unfortunately, is going to act first because she spotted you. You didn't spot her.
Right.
She will pull from her side a heavy-looking tome that flutters open in her hands. She waves her fingertips across its pages, chanting in a forbidden tongue, serpentine, no doubt. Her eyes grow green and flare to life, and she extends her fingers outward, focusing her sorceress wrath upon Sanguis Giovanni. This costs me a certain amount of points to do, so that costs me that much malice. Let me mark her, because it is very relevant how much malice she has, because I run out of those, and those are specific to characters. So first off, I need to spend for the fact that she is a sorceress at all. And then I'm spending for spell casting. I'm spending 2 extra damage because I know you're no joke. And I need to know. Okay. So
that is just over my morale threshold and 2 over my health threshold, depending on where she's attacking.
She was definitely attacking your morale.
Okay, that's 4. I have a grit 1 as well for the damage.
Ah! Did she crit you? What's your number for morale?
4.
I didn't. There's no way. I'd have to spend a ton for that to have been true. So I do a thing and a thing. No. That's incorrect. Try again. Bup. I'm attacking you with sorcery, which means ooh, with difficulty +2. Did I still hit you? Attack with sorcery is actually a lot harder than I think it is. Whoops. I just meant for her to have. Does 6 hit you with +2 to your threshold?
It meets my threshold.
Damn. Well, it hits you anyway. So I do that plus that. And I did extra damage. So that means sorcery rules are different than regular rules because of sorcery. It means you could interest her with one different. Oh, okay. So if I wanted to do an extra die, I'd have to spend way more. Okay, cool. So I only spend enough to do an extra 1 damage, so I'm doing a d6 plus 2, essentially. 4 morale, as she chants into your mind, and you feel that there's so much of this world you do not understand, and it's almost as if your understanding of the world is draining away from you.
How much total?
4.
Okay. Grit eats one of those, I think.
Yep.
So 3. Oh. No, I can just do it this way. 1, 2, 3. 7. Okay. I don't know who goes next.
She chooses who goes next. She may choose one of you two or her ally. She did see the mightiness of the sword wielder Amelia, so she'll pass the turn off to the sailor escort, she goes, deal with her, and he charges forth, saber in hand. I'm gonna make sure I have a certain number. That number there we're seeing, folks, is not necessarily the number I'm supposed to have with them. That was just a placeholder for a different enemy. Kind of weird. You kind of build, like, they do have presets in the book, but there is some flexibility to build on the fly, which I kind of like in a weird way. We're gonna say he's this, honestly, because that's all he is. Hey, that's the right number anyway, so it doesn't much matter. He's gonna baff you with a weapon. You look like a tough one. So he's going to spend for some extra damage. He's gonna... Fury has a bonus, so roll. That is 5 to hit you, Amelia.
Check one moment. I think it does hit, but I need to check. It does hit.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I rolled for no reason. They do 5 health damage as they slash it with their sword.
I have 2 armor, so I take 3.
Yep.
Ow.
Slash as it rattles against your armor. Getting some mild bruising, but you're not in too much trouble. I think Sengwei was a little spooked, but not super spooked. I think your morale's really, really good. It is, so that doesn't too much. He's going to choose for Amelia to go.
Cool. I will ready my rapier and smirk at him and say, "That's your one." I'm spending 3 points worth of her. Actually, I need to check what Cleve does first. Do I want to? Do I want to hit her too?
The question I'm wondering is, can you?
Yeah. Is she within close range of him?
That's what I'm about to find out with you. I think so. As much as I would like to, for her sake, given how hard you hit, I'd like to say no. But I have this bad feeling that she's attacking you inside a ship, and I don't think the range is good enough to make you back up. So yours is close. I gotta check combat distancing rules. I think she's in trouble. I think she's close enough. So I'm wondering if there's a melee close, like if there's a difference between being up close and personal or not. Combat. I'm looking everywhere but where I need to look. Look at the index. Combat.
Just a sec.
Maneuvers. Because I know the different range bands, and it's very fuzzy. They don't necessarily want you to get... Aha! That's what I was looking for. You're literally face to face. So this guy... So the guy in front of you is point blank. He's in your face. The lady is at least close range because you're in the same hallway. No more than 10 meters or so. I doubt she's 30 meters away. Because she would have stepped around a corner to be aha, and she does her little pew-pew attack with her magery. If she was smarter, she would have attacked you from medium or long range, then she wouldn't have been at danger. But she was thinking that her sailor would have been enough to stop you, which it wasn't, unfortunately. So yeah, Cleve can get to her as well. I believe you have to spend a point to get her and him at the same time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Debating whether I want to do that or if I just want to. don't overthink it. I will try to cleave. Spending 3 points, 1 on the cleave, and then 2 more for a bonus to the roll.
Okay.
Damn it.
Hopefully that's enough to hit him, but
I don't think it is.
I went the wrong way. Oh, go away, you search engine. You're not helping me right now. Baba, where's his numbers? There it is. What's his defense?
Oh, I don't actually. Sorry.
Huh?
According to Cleave, it's a talent. I don't actually have to spend a point toward using Cleave.
Oh, really?
The penalty is it can't earn a critical hit, and the hit threshold to hit the second opponent is 3 more than the first.
Okay, that's the trade-off.
So that's a total of 4.
4 does hit him. It does not hit her.
Okay, that's fine. I will take that. Or damage.
You slice into him. He takes a fair amount of damage, but he's able to bring his arm, he's able to close in and start wrestling with you a little bit and push you away before it becomes a really lethal blow, but you got pretty darn close to dropping him.
Dang, he's not a mook.
Nope.
That's annoying. Oh well.
Ow. You choose who goes next. There's only one legal target, so it goes to Giovanni Sangui.
Okie dokie. Okay, so I may want to do a unique spell here for a maneuver, so let's you and I discuss what the cost might be. And let's see. So, basically, I would want to... the idea would be to scare the bejesus out of enough of her to convince her to just go home. You know, just leave. Get off the boat. Just get. That would be the full effect. Partial effect would be she runs from this particular encounter, but isn't scared all the way out the boat. Once she's away for a bit, she can come back into the fight, but she just leaves this current encounter.
So full effect is
full effect. She just goes home. She
leaves the ship.
Whatever she has, she's gone. Yeah, she's not going to mess with us the rest of the rest of this caper, this adventure. Partial effect. She just leaves the immediate fight, and then she might come back in later.
She'll be a problem for later. Like she'll run away to get help rather than try to fight you on her own.
Right.
I would say I feel like that's pretty definitive in one shot. So I would call that I want to say 2, maybe 3.
Oh, that's a high corruption cost.
It is, but it's so powerful because she just poofs without you having to do this whole combat. You don't have to deal with her. You basically deal with her in one shot, which is super powerful. But it's a unique spell. Unique spells can't. Unlike a swords person, you can just say go away.
Right.
And if you get it, they go away whether they want to. Oh, what's sphere, by the way?
It would have been fear.
Oh, well, there you go. That's right up the alley, so that there's no reason for you to increase it for being weird or off tempo. It's like, no, this is exactly what this is for. Where's your numbers? Where's your numbers? Your numbers are pretty good. God. No, I'll call it 2. 2 would be enough to make someone like this go away if you hit it dead on.
Okay. So, what if I spent? We've now reached the bargaining position of the 5 stages of role playing. what if I spent like 1 point of corruption and 1 point of intimidation? To
No.
pull this off?
No.
Okay.
You can spend intimidation to help you with the roll. At that
Right,
+3
right.
to the roll, but you would the cost is corruption to do magic.
Okay, that's fair. 2 is awfully expensive though.
Also consider that you'll have to internalize or externalize this corruption that you're doing.
Yeah. Always consideration. I really want to
Is
take her down.
externalizing just the environment? Because we don't really
It also
know
scares you.
You'll scare
and
the
only
bejesus
you.
out of you.
Yeah, and not our enemies. Yeah, because it's basically like
Yeah, never mind.
suddenly you look over at Giovanni and he's some sort of terrible demon-looking guy, and he's big and scary. It's okay. And otherwise, if I just want to attack straight on sorcery, it's just like a straight kind of attack roll, and I can throw in stuff. Okay. So yeah, I think for now, I'm just going to do a direct sorceress attack.
Okay.
I'm going to be using. So is it kind of like lit by lanterns and kind of all sorts of flickering shadows and stuff around us, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be using shadow to attack her health, and basically it's all these different shadows flicking around. They start just literally like ripping from her and tearing at her.
Okay, so a thing to be aware of, because I ran into it on my end. I actually made my sorcery a little too difficult for poor Sal. Whoops. So the difficulty to hit people with sorcery is typically +2. So whatever their threshold is, +2. It's harder to sorcerously hurt somebody than it's just to stab them. But when you do it, you really do it.
Yeah.
And you can do it without arrows or whatever else. You can do it, be all mysterious and crap. So yeah, keep that in mind. Whatever threshold is, it's at +2 to hit her.
Okay.
And the base damage, if you don't spend anything, is d6 +1. If you spend extra, for every extra point you spend, that increases the damage modifier up to a max of 6. Unless you get a critical hit, and in which case you get an extra die and all that fun stuff. Now let's pull up her sheet again. I'm getting used to this. I really should have saved the sheet, but oh well. I made this harder myself. That's my own fault. It's because I'm lazy. I'm being lazy about things, but that's okay. As long as the job gets done. Besides, I found it by the time you got the roll ready, so I'm good.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not lazy, it's efficient.
Thank you. That's a much nicer way to say it. Wow. So what you spending to hit your target, Sir Giovanni?
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring out now. Page 113. Okay. Damage. Sorry. Okay, so that adds additional damage.
Oh, one thing I'll note on top of all this, despite her casting with the book and all that, you notice Giovanni. Actually, Amalia, you notice it for spirit sight reasons. You notice the various torches in the room flared green for a second, and yet the sailor didn't flinch. So obvious externalized sorcery occurred, but he didn't freak out. Which means he either just made the roll and he's fine, or something weird's going on. And Giovanni, because you have forbidden lore, something weird is going on. For sure. But do you know what the price is for externalizing? Amelia just sees that that's weird, like something magical occurred around them.
Well, I mean, if these guys are really batty, then what's happening is something else or someone else is taking the corruption.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Portrait of Dorian Gray kind of thing, only usually it's a person. I think the book's example is like your nephew or something horrible.
Yeah, you can always make something else suffer the corruption. It's just a very terrible and evil thing to do to somebody.
Right. Okay, so We got some sorcery going on, +2, so standard would be probably, I'm going to guess that she has, well, I'm attacking her health, so health's probably not her stat if she's built like me, so that I need to hit at least a 3 at difficulty 2. That means let's do a 5. So to do. May regret this, but I'm going to spend 4 points of sorcery. For 7.
7
I'm going after her health.
is not a critical, but it does hit.
Okay, cool.
So
At
D6 plus 5.
Okay. At which point I'm going to, and let me know if I should have done this beforehand, but I think it's damage, so I can do it at this point. It's a damage modifier. I'm going to spend 1 point of Forgotten Lore to add an extra die of damage to the sorcerer's attack, because it basically means that my knowledge of Forbidden Lore, I know these secrets to make the spells more powerful.
For my first blush thoughts, you would need to have done that before you rolled, because that's what I do to myself. I spend everything I think I can get away with and hope it's enough, because you could
Right, because it's just a damage modifier, so I didn't know. I should have asked.
Yeah, you have to spend all at once, because you could gamble on, I want this to hit like a truck, and then you whiff, and you're like, damn, I wish I hadn't spent all that. But once you know you hit, then yeah, of course you'll spend all kinds of stuff to make sure that hit goes through.
Ancient secrets that make your sorcerer's knowledge more dangerous. Every pool point you spend adds an additional die of damage to a successful sorcerer.
Put it this way, you don't want me to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's my logic.
No, that was my mistake then. Damn it.
I was thinking that on my side, I was like, oh shoot, I wish I'd spent more so I could do more damage, but it's too late. I didn't spend enough. I only spent enough to do 1 extra damage, not a whole extra die. I'm like, damn, that's actually a lot more expensive.
Let me put that point of Forgotten Lore back in the. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Damage. Dice 1 plus 5. Come on, big money. So 8 to her health.
And how does she stop living?
Oh goodness. Yeah, I mean literally, like I said before, the shadows that are flickering like from the torch or lantern light, whatever around her, literally just rip her to shreds.
Ah! And she crumples to the ground, her book in tatters.
Ah, damn it, the book.
You ended the round, therefore you get to you, Giovanni, get to decide who goes first. It can be yourself, it could be Amalia, it could be the sailor. Initiative in this game's weird.
Yeah, I should have also. Okay, I have to look that up. I don't think I can. How many points over her threshold did I get?
You didn't get a crit, I can tell you that.
No, that's. There it is. Page 40. Okay. These books were just always jumping around. There it goes.
Is this something special for doing above her threshold or something?
It's blast because I have 8 or more sorcery, so I could theoretically have hit Homeboy.
Oh, yeah, because blast's a talent. That could just fire, yeah.
Yeah, so for each 3 points over the target number rounded down, I can hit 1 additional foe. So my to hit was 7, so I don't know what her target number was.
Target number was
3 points over.
Her target number was 3 plus 2 is 5.
Okay, so not enough to hit somebody extra anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I should have called that out too. Okay, got rid of her. So I get to choose who goes next?
Yep. Because it's a new round, everyone's a legal target. So you can do yourself, the other guy, Amelia. This is the danger of letting the bad guy go your enemies to go last, because then they get to choose in the new round who gets to go next, whether it's their side or the other side. That's why I was
I'm pretty much gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Amalia.
Molly, you're next.
Alright. Well, I will attack this guy.
Please don't.
I'm going to spend 1 point of warfare because I want to save the rest of my warfare for if we get into another fight.
Mm-hmm. Not a terrible idea. Not good.
Haha, the dice are in my favor.
What'd you get?
6.
6. 6 is enough to hit him. So you do...
6 damage.
And how does this guy die?
Amalia stabs his throat. Because rapier.
Oops, nope, wrong music, this one.
Alright, let's keep going.
In the commotion of casting and fighting, the battle begins above as people start trying to rush to your battle, but because you brought on reinforcements, they engage with the sorceress and the sailors on the upper deck. So you have a window of time to do something. How do you find Sal? Or do you try to find Sal, or do you instead try to do something else?
Any refresh points?
Your mama's refresh points. 1 second.
He asked, hopefully. I don't actually know how those are when they get awarded.
They would get rewarded at the end of the fight. That is you are right to call this out. You dropped a non-mook enemy, and I would say a big bad, because that was a sorceress. And she isn't actually the scariest sorceress you could have run into. As much as she is a sorceress, she is not the biggest bad you could run into. That's still 2 people. I would hazard to say, so I think I'm gonna... Ow, I hurt my toe. That hurt a fair amount. Ow, I'm okay. That just... I'm okay. It's per, isn't it? It's per, yes. So that is a total of 6 refresh tokens.
Okay.
Good.
You want to do 3 and 3, or?
Yeah, that would be great, because I need to add to warfare.
Yeah, that'll get my sorcery up close to full. Alright.
Perfect. Refresh my warfare.
And actually, one thing to call out for next time, we missed it. The window is come and gone, unfortunately. GM discretion, I could have... Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to hit myself too much for this. But when you do like a bunch of general ability points, like a big heist or a big sneak montage, I could give you 2 to 3 refresh tokens per player because you did a lot of non-combat things that's very important. Or solving a non-combat challenge. You know what? I'll give 1 extra general point for each of you. Oh, well, not each. I'll do 2 because you did sneak aboard the ship. I'll give that right now as an extra.
1 and 1?
Works for me.
Okay.
Because I get the feeling Gumshoe wants a GM to be exacting but generous at the same time.
Yeah.
Like there are very specific rules, but then there's like, don't be stingy.
So all hell's breaking loose already. There's noise and
there's combat going up above, and you know that sorcerer's going to start ripping through a lot of people fast. Plus, the sailors are going to be pretty messed up though.
Shout out, Sal!
What skill, or are you going to pull out some sway to hopefully rouse him to answer you? To get the feeling that Sal's probably not in a good place mentally right now.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I guess we'll do some sway.
Sway roll. There's the sounds of combat, and you're pretty sure he's going to be exhausted if he hasn't been, with the presumption he's been tortured and imprisoned.
Okay. I'll spend 3.
Okay.
Try that. 8.
Over here.
We'll go over there.
Hurry up. What took you so long?
You sounded for a second there shockingly like Jamie. That was hilarious. Yeah, let's go get Sal.
He is in a locked cell. He looks exhausted and battered, but still smirking because, as a quick flashback to those from last episode, Damn it, Sal scared away guys pointing crossbows at him, and he was not tortured for information successfully, much to their annoyance. So he's probably being a little smug guy, despite how terribly hurt he is, and how he's basically fading in and out of consciousness all the time. Fading in and out of consciousness, is that correct? I don't think he's health hurt. I think he's morale hurt. He's both. Never mind. He's fading in and out of consciousness, or just kind of not giving a damn every once in a while.
So is this like a cell or just a locked room, or?
Think like bars with a simple lock.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any points left in burglary, but I've got it, so I can roll a d6 and try to pick it somehow.
My query for you two is, through what skill have you been able to guide your troops, as it were, into buying you more time? Because there's a sorceress up there who's going to even the odds very fast, so I need to see.
Yeah, I've got to get up there and deal with the sorceress.
Is there some skill that you think would have been nice for Briganti and the Golden Raiders to have? The sailors aren't the big thing. It's the sorceress that they need to account for.
For them,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Somebody go ahead. I don't care who.
I could spend a point of corruption and use the kind of reverse of the fear power to boost their grit, so that they're not as susceptible to morale attacks because they don't fear the sorceress. She's not striking as much fear into them as she normally would.
Are you internalizing that corruption, or are you externalizing it?
Oh, I guess we're going to have to internalize it.
But
It's not a,
out of
I'm waiting to
fairness,
externalize it for a big deal.
out of fairness, I will point out that your ally might have had an alternate path.
No, okay, go ahead.
Would no monstrosities work?
Let me check.
Would what work?
I don't think so, because I think that's specifically monsters and beasts. I don't think that helps with sorcerers. As much as the church treats them as beasts, they are people. But I'll check. I'll check to make sure it applies or not. Funny as that is.
I mean, I can see the argument, because you're using monstrous abilities.
It's a warrior ability. Monstrous foes, you can predict the traditional weakness if any. You can identify monstrosities, you interact with them. Yeah, no, that's monstrosities is specifically monsters, beasts, and stuff, which I haven't unleashed on you guys to date.
Do you have any vigilance left?
I do not know. I'm out. But I do have spirit sight. Would I be able to tell them what areas of the ship are super corrupted and stay away from?
I'll have to say no, because it doesn't help them fight the sorceress.
Last ditch effort, preparedness. Could I walk through a plan with them?
With your flashback, I'll have you. You can roll. I'll let you roll a flashback of you giving them a prepared idea of what to do.
I will zero out that point. I'm spending a point to get them off. But
yeah, you kind of gave them a heads up what to do. And I imagine Giovanni, because flashback allows other people to chime in, you might have turned to Giovanni and say, hey, how do they deal with the sorceress? If they do fight the sorceress, we're hoping we don't have to, but if they do, what should they do? Oh, avoid doing this, avoid doing that, make sure to do this,
Right.
that sort of thing.
There are lots of things that are at once.
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, you kind of, as you're both in front of Sal's cell and you're thinking about the battle above, you flash back and remember, they got this. For now, they'll buy you some extra time, so you have enough time to do something about the door.
Excellent.
Okay, so here's my questions. If I flub my burglary roll, since I've only got a base D6, would I still be able to like just blast it open with sorcery if I wanted to?
Oh yeah, you if you fail the roll, you just lock out that skill as a way to get past your problem.
Okay. I don't think I have any way particularly to add any investigative skills to add to that. I guess I could invent a point of prophecy to figure out when the tumblers tumbled, but that seems like a bit overkill. Let's just see what happens with the burglary roll, Inslee.
Ba, ba, ba.
Yeah, 4. I mean, depending on how difficult it is.
4. If this were like a jail or something, I would have said no. But this is meant as like a brig. So yeah, you're able to pick at it and open up the lock.
All right.
So you're able to get Sal. Get to Sal.
All right. I've got to go help them with that sorcerer because they can only hold her off for so long. But we need to see if there's papers or anything, the captain's quarters or something, before we burn the ship.
I'll go for that. Can you take Sal with you? I think he'll have a better chance of escaping if
Sure, I'll take Sal in the middle of a sorceress battle. That'll be fine. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, but at least he has allies around him there. But like,
That's
if
fair
I
enough.
go a fight.
I will call upon a roll of athletics, and considering he is unable to assist you, consider that this is a piggyback that requires +2, because you basically are carrying his butt around. Thankfully, it's not the most difficult thing in the world, because he, even though he's fading in and out of consciousness, he's not seriously hurt. He's just a little hurt. He's just kind of woozy. So he's able to stand on his own feet. He just needs help when he starts fading to go, oh, don't fall over.
Yeah, I mean, I can spend 2 points of athletics to hopefully cover the difference. So I can give it a shot. That'll be me out of athletics, but
if you make the roll, I will say you fair carry. He is assumed to be following whoever's doing the athletics roll.
5. I don't know.
5 hits it on the dot. I was thinking 3 + 2. So
Okay, so yeah, let's go find this sorceress.
Sal's going after the sorceress.
Well, Sal, you don't mind if I suck out some of your spirit to fight the sorceress, right? Good.
To hell with you.
I can just see Jigger. What? No.
What's Amelia up to while Sangui races up to the top deck with Sal?
I will search for the captain's quarters and see what can be found in there.
What are you looking for?
Any kind of records
Evidence.
or lockbox. What?
Evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Through what
Sorry.
skill will you find this information?
Oh, well, let's go spirit sight, actually. I'm looking for something that is corrupted as hell.
That you won't spend a point. Spirit sight is. I just need to know how you're finding it. You do find the captain's quarters. You don't find the captain's quarters. That's above deck. You do find a doorway that had a sorcerer's glow behind it.
I will open the door.
I will need a test of athletics to force this door open.
Alright. I will spend my point of athletics, my one remaining point, and I failed. Shit.
Bash into the door. Yeah, you're not forcing that down. You need a different way to get this thing open.
Alright, could I try to... Actually, stupid idea, but possible. I'm gonna go back to where we felled the sorceress and search her body for a key.
And what skill will help you find a key on her?
Vigilance?
Didn't you spend that already? Oh wait, no, you're finding a clue that would be pertinent. No, I will.
Exactly.
You find a key on her. That makes sense. You are a vigilant person. You would notice that sort of thing.
I will go back and open the door with the key.
The door opens, and inside is a terrible, terrible sight. But before we go into that, Sangui, The battle is raging above decks as Burganti and the Golden Raiders are battling fiercely with the sailors, cutting them down 2 by 2. But the sorceress has rendered some with fear, and with your suggestion, they've kind of cycled themselves out a little bit. So certain people only take a certain amount of morale damage, and others are able to charge forward. But she's constantly warding off their attacks and striking at them.
Okay. What's the range between me and her?
I would say medium.
Oh, it doesn't really matter, does it, with sorcery? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say medium. You're within range of each other. The pertinent thing is if you're in range of each other at all. If you're beyond long, you wouldn't be able to see her properly, but you're on the same ship, so.
Okay. All right then. So I'm going to do a sorceress attack. I think after going after her health, I think I'm going to use demonology for this one. So I'm going to spend 1 point of corruption, which I will internalize. I will spend 1 point. I'm going to spend that for excessive damage or whatever it's called under corruption. And I'll also spend 1 point of Forgotten Lore for an extra die of damage.
So before you get too far in the corruption spend, there is specific rules how that works. If you spend 1 corruption, that gets you
1 die plus 3
right
damage
total. Yes.
And then the Forgotten Lore is your standard spend an investigative point to get an extra die of damage. So in total it would be 2 die, an additional 2 dice plus 3.
Oh, because Forbidden Lore lets you do that. Because you could have corruption and sorcery, but have no Forbidden Lore. That's the logic. I understand their thought. You're thinking that. I understand now.
Yeah. So.
Yes. Okay. Could I do that?
So, okay.
I see why they're telling me to do it that way. I understand now. Damn. Oh well, I know that for next time. Time. I screwed up on my side for sorcerers.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
What are you attacking? Health, morale?
Health, and let's see.
It's a demon that's thrashing them? You say?
That'd be kind of visible. Well, if I'm internalizing the corruption, I don't know how that works with something like...
Well, they know something sorceress happened because she's screaming for her life, but if you internalize it, they don't necessarily know it was you. If you externalize it, everyone obviously knows it's you because it's radiating from you.
Okay, so let's... I'm going to try spending 4. Here's hoping. So wait, that's plus 2. So normal attack, I would need to hit 5 is my target number. Spending 4, which should be 5 even if I roll a 1. Well, okay. If it's health, 3. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. Assuming my math is right. And I was a humanities major, so there you go. 4. Submit. 9.
That hits.
Is it 3 or more over the target number of 5? Well, yeah, duh, it's 4 over. If my target number was right.
If your target number was right, and it is, thankfully. Unless I spend for warding, which I would have needed to do before you rolled, which I wasn't thinking because I was hoping you were going to roll crap. I really should have warded. Oh well.
Is there a sailor or an enemy beside her?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it's actually, I think it's in close to me, I think, is it?
Close to you?
I think.
Is it close to...
I've got it pulled up on 40. 40. 3 points. 1 additional foe. Damage modifier plus 1. Must be in close range of your original target, so close range of her.
Yeah, that makes sense because you're making her go blam, and then it's attacking someone near her. Yes, someone is within close range of her easily.
Yeah, so might as well, since I can take that down too. Okay. So, okay. The damage dice, it's going to be a total of 3 dice. Let's see. It's already plus 5 from that. Then there's plus 3 from the corruption spin. So that's a total of 8. For 17 damage. Health.
And how does she die?
It is as if massive invisible claws just rip her apart, but from the inside. Like furrows just suddenly, appear, but it's obviously something pushing them out in her face and arms and chest. And the same way with the, I think I have to roll a different damage die.
She is well and truly dead.
Okay, yeah, so they are torn apart somehow from the inside.
So I believe, since you internalized your corruption, you need a health test to see how bad this hurt you.
Yeah, well, it's actually to see if it marks me externally.
How many points of corruption? Just the one?
Yes, so...
health test of 4.
Internalized... Health test of 4.
Page 117 if you're looking for it.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so where's my health at? Okay. I'm going to spend 3 health for this test. To try and keep it hidden. Oof, just. Okay. So, yeah, I do that. They get torn apart, and I kind of like suddenly flinch, and my back arches like I've just been scourged by something, as I feel the ancient demonic tongues being branded, like just kind of growing in these hot lines down my back and kind of over the tops of my shoulders, adding to the scarification.
And then down below, in hidden space, as the deck is wiped up and the battle carries on, there is screams of terror happening above, but in the heat of battle, people don't really know exactly what's going on, but some soldiers will look down at the torn apart body on the ground, and they don't know it was you that did it.
Right.
Because for all they know, you knew about sorcery, but maybe you just, you're well read. Who knows?
Right.
Who knows why you know that? Well, somebody knows, but they've taken their
I'm a scholar. I read all sorts of weird stuff. I'm one of those university guys. God, they're always reading weird stuff.
And down below, Amalia, you find that the room you peer into is a place that has various figures warped and bent in cruel manifestations upon the deck.
There's the ritual.
And woo, no. Yep, that's what I was going for. And you do indeed, with your spirit sight, see amidst the writhing bodies a tome open upon a plinth. What do you do, Amalia?
Oops, if I unmute myself when I'm trying to say stuff, that would be useful. I'm gonna grab the tome off of the plinth and see if I can, do the figures who are corrupted and warped, do they look beyond help?
I would ask for a spend of spirit sight to give you that information.
Or I will spend.
These poor souls have been afflicted with physical transformation that has etched the corruption upon them.
They're the battery.
Yep. and they would be entrusted into the care, such as it is, of the Church and Inquisition for containment and study. But to cure them would require the work of alchemy, rare, or sorcery of a different sort to unravel the corruption upon their bodies. If they're lucky, these folk, some of the people here will be, the corruption will fade. Actually, no, it's in their bodies, because corruption upon locations fades with time. Corruption in people is etched into them forever, unless you actively unwind that corruption. But even that is a sorcery beyond your knowledge. You don't know how people could do that. But so to answer your question, are they beyond help? Depends what you consider help.
Yeah. All right.
Either great alchemy or great sorcery would undo this, but popularly you can see the sorceries etched into them. And I'll actually, unfortunately, because you see this horror of horrors, I'm going to inflict some morale damage on you, or make a morale test upon you. But I don't think it's automatic. I think I actually have to make you roll it. It's a rare moment where I'm doing, oh my god, what is this? Sort of, you're seeing something terrible. And there is a test. There's a test there. I don't know if it's automatic damage or do you get to roll. I'm about to check against it. Morale test. Death math. Fixed damage.
Probably.
Yeah. You can be asked by GM to spend a certain amount of health or morale. This is most common for environmentalized, terrifying locations, or speed up plays. Yeah, you're just gonna get hurt. How much are you getting hurt? How bad was this? That's my question. How bad was this? How terrifying was this? You lose 3 morale witnessing this terrible sight.
Okay.
Probably a sorcerer with blood, flesh, and probably bone.
Exactly
Fears.
zeroes me out.
So, I believe
Spaghetti-o.
you need a test to see if you stay in the scene or if you're gonna freak out. You must immediately... Or do you 0 on the dot or -1?
0 on the dot.
You're just barely over that line. If you take anything more, you're gonna have to roll. But it's just this visceral, like, oh dear merciful goddess, what terrible thing has happened? What terrible thing are you seeing with your spirit sight?
Yeah.
And you are sure this book you're holding in your hand is what did this to them?
I'm gonna find like an urn or something to vomit in for a moment before I get back upstairs.
So you leave these souls to their containment?
No, I'm gonna free these folks. I don't want them, like, they're horribly corrupted, yes, and they don't deserve to burn to death. That is a death. That would be suffering on suffering.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see if
Are you doing the coup de grace?
No, I'm seeing if I can pull them out so that we can. Well, I can hand them off to the church.
So these people will gladly follow you to their freedom. With their warped arms and warped legs and changed faces, these facsimiles of human life will gladly follow their liberator.
Good.
And as Amelia steps onto the deck, you, Giovanni, also suffer 3 morale damage as you witness these horror of horrors, these humans who have suffered so much, walk upon the deck, and you see the whole deck go quiet as they come upon the deck.
I grab one of the mercenaries and shove him toward a hatch and go, "You go below, get boat cloaks." However many of them there are, get that many boat cloaks.
What? Roll sway.
Boat cloaks, go below and get me 7 boat cloaks or whatever.
Roll sway or an ability to get this guy to, because they're freaking out a little bit. Think mooks. to a certain degree. They're gonna be like, oh, what in God's name is that? Why isn't it dead? It's like, no, don't freak out. Focus on what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'll spend my last 3 and see what happens.
Is
7.
Yep, you're able to get a golden raider to kind of snap out of it. And go, huh? Orders. You're giving me orders. Following orders. I like that idea. And I don't have to be here where they are for a little bit.
Yeah, and once he brings up the boat cloaks, we'll drape these poor people in these big cloaks to hopefully blunt their effect.
Yep.
Yeah, as Amalia is going to grab a swig of water from a water skin and spit it on the deck, because bleh.
What's with the book?
That's what caused that, and I kind of gesture at the people.
Thank you so much. Goddess praise you. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna look for the captain's quarters. Be right back. I've got one more thing to look for.
Right. Do the mercs seem to have things handled up here otherwise?
Yeah, they're cleaning up and such, although
Okay.
Briganti kind of stops you and says, You have the fire?
We have the fire. Let us.
I have
give
one
us-
more thing I need to look for before we destroy this thing.
Yeah. The evidence to bring them down, hopefully. But we'll be quick about it.
And how is Dosai quick about it? Because
I'm going to go with her this time.
Okay.
Nice. I'm going to the captain's quarters and trying to see if
Could I use a point of prophecy to point us in the right direction if there is something here?
Prophecy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Prophecy as
Sal
a.
might be able to direct us to it because he found a logbook in the captain's quarters last session.
Oh.
To answer, Sal is inoperative at the moment. As he is out of the scene, he fades in and out of consciousness. That's why he has to be carried around. I would say to prophecy, you witness a person in red signing contract of sorts, and a figure in finery signing as well.
Okay. No help points in direction. Okay. So, captain's quarters. Usually, if this is kind of the sailing boat I'm thinking of, towards the aft, the big mirrored cabin in the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're able to find it easily. The door is shattered because with the battle they would have had to force. The sorcerers came out and were blasting and stuff, so it's a mess. Anything of discrete value has either been scooped up by the Golden Raiders or has been smashed in the battle. So how do you find the evidence you're looking for amidst this mess?
Okay.
You have something you want to look for?
Well, I mean, I've got burglary, but again, I don't have any points in it unless we've got any sort of refresh pool points. I could toss into it real quick. Otherwise, I could spend another point of corruption and find it. Theoretically, a point of liar's tale might tell me where you would secure important documents in this kind of room. I don't know.
I would say 4 refresh tokens have been generated by this point.
Okay. I'll take 2 to put in burglary and probably spend them immediately. But do you want to take the other 2?
Say again, you're muffled.
Ooh.
You sound like you were saying something and we didn't. It wasn't audible.
you talking to me or Ansley?
To you, Amelia.
We've got.
Oh, I said sure, and I'll put them into preparedness.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, and then I will go ahead and spend those 2 for. I think is burglary the skill that would apply for searching out "quote unquote" valuables, or am I misreading that?
Are you searching for valuables? Is my question. Depends what you're looking for.
Valuables to me, like documents and stuff that would be important.
Well, one is wealth and one is evidence. One is magic. One is like, what are you looking for?
Let me look at burglary and see what it says.
Because burglary is more like thievery and stealing of things and getting away with it
Right.
and unlocking of things.
Okay. Because there's nothing really that's directly like search.
No, because because the search is by which skill do you find the thing you're looking for? Why do you? Well, a better way to put it: why do you find the thing you're looking for?
Okay.
Like, why would you? Is the gumshoe way of asking that, answering the question, or asking the question. Yeah, because burglary is more like breaking and entering, finding safe routes, planting objects on people, picking.
Okay, so we're looking for some sort of investigative skill to spend, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm not sure there's any general skill that would land on this.
Yeah. Okay. So burglary is probably not right.
And would it require a spend, or is it just identification of the skill?
It's so to remind both of you, when you're finding a lead, you, as long as you have any maximum ranks in that skill, you can say, "Do I find it because of this?" Spends are for special things, like you're changing your world building, you're adding extra information, you're learning extra information above and beyond. Like if you had Spirit Sight just told you there's a room and it's glowing. You didn't ask me what it's glowing of, what it was telling you. That would cost a spend to go, what's the extra information? But Spirit Sight on its own doesn't cost anything to look around. For example.
So in the prophetic vision, did the contract signed appear to be mundane, or was there? Like,
it looked mundane. Yeah, it looked like a proper contract.
Okay, so probably not corruption, probably not forgotten lore. I mean, it could be
Alertness. Or vigilance, sorry, not alertness.
Vigilance would indeed find it.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Vigilance is the I spot something of unusual, spot something that's hidden or tucked away or something like that.
Mouse.
But yeah, you find the contract. Presuming Sanguine tells you about the contract he's looking for, because that's what you're looking for. Vigilance does find that contract amidst the mess of papers on the floor.
Okay.
And you find... Whoops, I went here. Whoops. You find that it is signed by a member of the... likely one of the dead sorceresses on the ground. Which it has it has a name, and then it has ASB after her name, like a title. Except Forbidden Lore, I'll save you the trouble. That's the shorthand for Ancient Sorority of the Book. You just don't.
Yep. If
If you're trying to be secretive, like a Sorcerer's Cabal would want to, you wouldn't write that out in longhand.
Right.
That's a quick way for the Inquisition to catch you. The other thing you get, the other signature, is the VSI.
VSI.
Yep, it's a name.
Gotcha, okay.
I'll actually get you a name, because Sorceress has a name, but she's not the important one because she's dead. But the other person presumably didn't die in this battle.
Venerable Society of the Ivorists.
So that would be Tonina Bonalis, VSI.
It's the Ivorists.
Anything else you pluck from this place before the boat is set afire?
I think we've got
Corruption or Forgotten Lore find anything?
Hold on. because those will give you very different answers, and I'm not sure which one's more pertinent, or if there's two different things to point out. So let's find out together. Corruption. Through corruption, you can detect that the very boat itself is a cursed location. The whole boat is corrupted. And it carries its corruption. And then you get the feeling that because it was so far away from shore, that's why it was staying so far away, and it never came into dock. Because if it did, anyone with spirit sight would look at the ship and go, that's corrupted. But it wasn't obvious from the outside. You know it from inside. Like, you're feeling it around you. And I'll add on the spirit sight of Amalia, that's kind of that feeling you're starting to see in the ship as well. It's just what's sort of this thin miasma that's muted. But since you were in the room of terror and misshapen people, you get the feeling that location is so concentrated. It's not so much the location, but it's because so many people were being transformed in that place. It sort of bled into the surrounding area a little bit. So the whole ship is like this massive catalyst for corruption. So if you wanted to keep the ship, you evil person, you could use this ship to inflict, with the appropriate tomes, you can inflict corruption on those aboard. It doesn't have to be a specific room. They just have to be aboard the ship. Forgotten Lore shows a particular chart of the Serpentine River that seems to have markings on it, and it seems to be pretty deep along the Serpentine River. Like, it isn't, because normally you have some charts to note, like how not to hit the reefs or whatever, or camps. But this seems to be a map that's fairly new, and has been marked already in a few places.
Yeah, I'll definitely scoop that up.
Yep.
But yeah, I think now we cleanse this cursed vessel with fire, get everybody safely on boats, and our boats, just in case the other boats are cursed.
Any last things before you disembark, Amalia?
The only other thing that I might want to try for clues, given that you already mentioned,
Oops, I jumped the gun too soon.
what I could use spirit sight on. Would be felonious intent if I could figure out where they might hide any kind of, like, dastardly plans or anything like that, for want of a better phrase.
You understand that this, looking over some of the random papers and scraps, you, as people start getting out and getting ready to go, you're able to understand that it seems the plan was to sort of create this chain of deniability, where this Tania Banalis handed this off to the sorority. The sorority then hands it off to Hidden Flame, and then they would be able to really they're only supposed to just pay via their as a proxy the Hidden Flame to make people disappear. They did the extra thing of picking out some people to use for their sorcerer's powers and sacrifices. So some of the people who were being put in the canals were being put there as a sort of warning to others, a signal: do not mess with us or you'll get in the canal too. These people were skimming the top, but instead of skimming the money, they skimmed the people.
Oh. So the Ivorists were wanting people out of the way, and they used the sorority as a cutout, but the cutout then kind of did the skimming of using people for their sorcerous means, which was not necessarily what the Ivorists wanted.
Yep. So the Ivers, from what you can tell, the Ivers unlikely knew about this, how bad this extra sorceress skim that was going on. Mind you, dealing with a possible sorceress cabal, kind of suspect, but then again, you've dealt with them before. You deal with a sorcerer yourself.
Right.
You just kind of have to cross your fingers and hope they're not an evil, terrible person when they do things. In your case, you walk around with the sorcerer. You get to watch him, for the most part, do things.
Right.
These people, they paid money and it followed the line. This is pretty bad. Because under the law, it's the law of continuous intent. In the sense that, you know, if someone dies while you're robbing a bank, just because you were only robbing the bank, you're still on the hook for the murder because it's part of the larger crime. Similarly, you get the feeling that the VSI, either the VSI or at least Chanina, at the very least, is on the hook for some very serious church violations, on top of murder and kidnapping and intimidation and all this other stuff. Like, there's a slew of stuff, and they got this extra little cherry on top that you're able to gather from all these scraps that alone didn't mean anything, but when you scrap them together and you think about it, you're like, oh, you're seeing the pattern here. You see what that said, if you wanted to shield the VSI or the Tonina, you have the means to slam dunk go, if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna sink your life. Because I have the blackmail to completely sink you.
Yeah, no, I'm an enemy of Sorcerer's Cabal, so I'm in the mood to sink the sorority at the very least, but possibly both, because yeah, fuck these guys.
So,
especially after seeing what they did to people.
So, what do you report to Zoya Ungaro at the end of as we flash forwards to, for one, what did you do with those who were cursed? Did you turn them over to the church, or did you turn them over to a sorceress ally?
Yeah, I think, okay. Yes, I think we turned them over to the Order of the Splendid Water.
Do you?
What?
Well,
I'm asking Amalia as well.
If you trust them, I will.
These people are going to have a much better life and potential access to healing than they will in the hands of the Inquisitors and their studies.
Yeah, I will trust you on that.
Is the tome we found as nasty as I think it is?
Yeah, it is the tome by which it's a physical transformation tome. It's how they're able to do this corruption nonsense.
Yeah, so that I'll wrap that and also deliver it to the Sacred Waters, because I'm pretty sure that's the forbidden lore they were wanting.
Yep.
Or at least part of it.
That will wipe your debt to them. Cool. The Golden Raiders and Briganti, because you did torch the ship, because you theoretically could have tried to keep it somehow, you each will gain a favor with the Vontani Horse Lords, because your name will go. Actually, no, sorry, that's not the rule. The rule is, because who cares about Outlanders? Except you guys do. You get a favor with Outlanders, because he will talk of you two being very nice and considerate of outlandish requests. Because burning down a whole ship, that's a lot of wealth and money you could have spent selling the lumber alone would have made you money. Never mind the whole damn ship. But it's like, yeah, but you know, he had a beef. He was gonna do his thing, and we agreed with them. And yeah, Alchemist Fire, burn the whole thing into the ocean.
Yeah.
So yeah.
In that case, it's more. This place is horribly corrupted. I want it gone.
Yeah. Which, you know, as for the Golden Raiders, they will have seen the terrible things. And for some reason, they don't show up in the church or anything like that. But you know what? They were paid to be there, kick some butt, and fight some sorcerers, and they did. They saw some terrible thing happen on the deck. I will say, Amalia, For them to keep their mouth shut, it will cost a favor from you. Because it costs you an allegiance point for them to come along. But
can I spend my favor with them?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You can spend your favor and they go, hey, look, do you want us to keep shut about this? Because our bosses want to know about this sort of stuff. And you go, look, just do me a solid. Don't mention this. This never happened.
Yeah.
Got it. We'll stay out of it.
All right, excellent. That
Um,
is a favor well spent. I am happy to spend it.
So that's the Golden Raiders taken care of. That's Briganti taken care of. So what do you tell Zoya in summary? What is revealed to Zoya Ungaro? Because remember, some of the stuff you can, if you tell her all, that obviously you get paid, but what you tell her and get her to act on can affect who's happy with you, who isn't. Which enemies you make, which friends you make.
I will tell her about the Iris involvement and the involvement with well, what's the name?
I'd say
with
Tonina Bonalis.
Yeah.
So I say we.
keep the existence of the corrupted people out of it because we didn't give them to the church, so. But let's also mention that we burned down the ship because the ship itself was a corrupted place.
Right. Maybe we provide further cover by telling him that the people were dead, that had been used in some terrible ritual,
Sure.
and so we,
And their corpses were
right.
incinerated with the ship.
yeah, because their families did not want to see what remained. I say we keep the map to ourselves. We hand her the contract.
Sure.
Which will highlight the sorority, if you don't mind that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, not particularly fond of them. It'd be fine with me if the Inquisition spent more time looking at them than me.
And what of the Hidden Flame and the Flame Company? Do they get brought into this, or are they kept out of it?
I would definitely bring them into this because, yeah, they were working with a Sorcerer's Cabal. Fuck them, as far as I'm concerned.
Ooh. Making all the friends.
Sorry. Hopefully that keeps me at least at level 1 at Alliance among mercenaries. Because it's only the Hidden Flame are more of an assassin's guild than a mercenary guild. So.
Oh, sorry, you're hitting the Hidden Flame alone, not the Flame Company?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. That's relevant. Because you're right, one is mercenaries, one is Thieves Guild. A type of Thieves Guild.
And as far as I'm concerned, like, the mercenaries are not the same ilk necessarily as the assassins. That might be using some tortured logic, but whatever.
All right. Anything extra you want to make sure Zoya knows about, or anything you want to make sure she definitely knows about that you haven't already mentioned? Oh, because you rescued Sal, you are able to confirm with him he didn't tell them anything. So.
Okay. Thank you, Sal.
Because if he'd failed that roll at the end of the last session, he would have said stuff, and that would have been really bad for him to share that information. Because that would paint a bigger sign on your backs.
Yeah.
So
I noticed that we often make more enemies than friends.
So, your stance with the ancient nobility doesn't move because they weren't affected. Church of Denari doesn't know what you did. City Watch, you will gain the agreed upon amount, which was 6 wealth worth of their wealth and favors. So that's 6 wealth for you to split among the 3 of you.
Plus me getting, I thought it was 6 wealth each.
Huh? Say that again?
I said I thought it had been 6 wealth each because
God,
I wanted
no.
to make sure we had enough.
God, no. She only offered 6 for all 3 of you.
Yeah.
That was part of the problem.
Right,
She was paying you really little.
All right, I'm taking at least 2 of that because I got more scars now.
I need at least 2 as well because I have lost money on this.
And that leaves 2 for Sal.
Okay, so...
I think you got some plate armor out of this too, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yep. That was the extra he was able to wheedle out.
Okay.
Some plate armor. I think it was just straight plate armor. It wasn't like special emblazoned armor. It's just spare armor they had.
So,
So,
do we each have a favor with the watch now, or?
So that's what I was about to get to.
Oh, sorry.
So part of that wealth is favors in the sense of indulgences and favors that aren't like favors in the sense of enemies, grudges, and such. It's wealth, but because you did cleanly set up the solve the problem of the city watch with the murders, because you basically stopped the murders from happening because not only did you finger the Assassin's Guild, who will love you, and all Assassin's Guilds will love you for that. But that's a different problem. City Watch, you will all of you will gain, all heroes gain 1 favor with City Watch.
Cancel out.
So if you have any negative, they'll pull down a grudge that they have. This does not make them allies of anyone yet, or clear away enemy, but it is a good step in the right direction because this helped out Zoya in particular and her friends. The commoners as a whole don't know what's going on. They just know it stopped. They don't know it was you guys in particular. The Guild of Architects doesn't care. The Mercanti will find out in time. I think you've already ticked off the Mercanti. So you each get enemy, Mercanti, 1. Because you will be pointing a finger at the Ivers office, which is a major Mercanti faction member. They won't be taken down by this, but this hurts them immensely. They get wrapped up in legal troubles and inquisitorial troubles. Tonya Bonanals disappears into Haven and is interrogated until her last breath. Mercenaries. The Flame Company will be irritated that you guys took out a thieves guild that they were supplying and supporting, but they appreciate you didn't smear their name. Because you could have sunk that. You could have said, well, they're just as responsible as the Hidden Flame. But you sunk the Hidden Flame on their own. So you don't get a favor from that, because if you just let the Hidden Flame alone, they would have loved you for it, but no favor, but no enemies either. Monstrosities, no monstrosity, you didn't encounter anyone. I already told you about the Outlanders thing. So you do have a favor with Outlanders, if I didn't tell you that already. You're not friends of theirs yet, but you do have a favor. Sorcerer's Cabal will even out, because you hurt 1 and helped 1. So that kind of balances out on its own. Thieves Guild. 1 grudge, Thieves Guild. To all. Because...
Thieves Guild really doesn't like me now.
Yeah, because not only did you threaten a burglar thief, Anders Wagner, but you also took down a Thieves Guild member in the Hidden Flame. Yeah, they're thieves. Thieves now know that your group is to be watchful of, and they're not going to be very friendly to you for a bit, which is kind of a problem for Sal, but that's Sal's problem for now. The Triskadine has no reason to care one way or the other because they were not involved in particular. You will gain a favor with Serafina Aharona because you helped her. The Sacred Order in particular and her both are pleased that you were able to turn over those in need of purification.
Yeah, that's kind of their jam.
Yep. And you actually learned that the people who were once misshapen re-entered the Eversink world unscathed.
Oh, sweet. We did a really good thing there.
Yay.
Which means you gain +1 friends commoner.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
As these were people who were fighting the good fight, and they were saved. +1 favor Serafina, because she in particular is very happy you did that. -1 enemy Pauletta. Oh, sorry, Pauletta. Let's make it her in particular. Floriano. Because
Yeah, and when you're saying enemy, these are the things that go under the allegiances column, right? Like, that's not just grudges, that's an actual enemy.
she is now an enemy of all of you, because you poked her twice now, right in the face.
Yeah.
She's like, all right, I'm taking this personal now. I'm going to make it my mission to come after you as much as I can. Because if you hit her again, she might lose. The entire sorority might collapse. Because that investigation causes Inquisitors to be raiding the ancient sorority of the book. Lots of sisters get mopped up. But you're sure the upper cabal managed to insulate themselves, but they have to cut off their left arm to survive, which she knows which idiots are behind this. She just can't do anything about it because she doesn't know how to attack you directly unless you come to her.
Maybe they need to stop doing stupid shit. Just a
Maybe
thought.
Stop being super evil.
Right.
That covers all of them. Is there any other reward to note before I close up? Actually, do you have any other questions for the end of the mystery? I think I covered all the bases of what has happened.
Don't think so. Advancement point?
Yes, I think. Hold on. That's where my brain was going. I believe there is a singular advancement point from all this. Advancement. Yes. One advancement point because you completed the job.
Very good.
So, oops, I have to bring the camera with us. For everyone watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And that is another mystery down. And we'll have to see what the next mystery on the horizon is for these freelance links. Have a good one. Bye.
So, more enemies than friends, but more favors than grudges. So I don't know how that works out.
Well, I definitely try to call in grudges as much, especially when they build up, because I'm supposed to pick on you about them, especially at bad times. But favors, you're the one that chooses when they happen, so I can't.
Yeah.
Really. If you don't spend your favors a lot, they tend to rack up, which is a good thing.
See, now I got the church, the Mercanti, and a powerful sorceress pissed at me. But the commoners in the government like me.
I was getting really worried when Sal got grabbed. I was like, oh, I don't know if you're going to get everything you need.